All right. Hello, everybody. Welcome back to the channel. We are back. We are live. We've got futures to open up in 15 minutes, and we've got 3 days left of 2025, which is absolutely crazy. But this is the last week of December, and we are here. And for the next 3 days, we'll be analyzing what happens in the equity markets. We will be closed on Thursday, January 1st. For New Year's, we'll be live for New Year's Eve. We got 3 days left, Monday, Tuesday, and Wednesday, to see how this year plays out. Thank you, everybody, for being here. Hopefully, everyone had a great holiday weekend, Christmas, Hanukkah, Kwanzaa, whatever you celebrate. I'm happy to be back. I know I took off on Friday. I was probably naive to think I could do a show the day after Christmas, not knowing I would probably stay up late on Christmas and there would be no way to do the show the day after Christmas. But we are back, and we got a lot to talk about. I'm happy to be back, dude. I think it was a good break. It was realistically, I've only been gone Thursday, Friday, Saturday. So it's been 3 days, and Saturday the markets aren't open. Thursday the markets weren't open. So it really was one day we missed on Friday. And that one day, I mean, it was of a day, right? Nothing really happened on Friday. I mean, you got Nvidia back over 190 barely. So it wasn't it definitely wasn't the beginning of the Santa Claus rally. I think the S&P actually ended flat for the day, or ended a little bit higher. No, it was flat. So yeah, ended flat on the day, 0.07%. So we're back. We're going to see what happens as we get into Monday morning. Futures are green. We got a lot to talk about. Over the past 48 hours, silver has hit brand new highs. So we'll talk about we'll talk a lot about that. I did a lot of research over the weekend. I'm not a commodities expert, but nonetheless, the nature of this job is that when something is trending, you have to learn about it. You have to research. You have to put yourself in the position as if you were curious enough, which thankfully I am curious enough to try to understand all these different topics. And so I've compiled a decent amount of research, and I'll give you guys my conclusion based on that research, and we'll talk about that. Nvidia, 20 billion on Groq. I think it was a very important thing for Nvidia to do, so we'll have some thoughts on that. We'll get into it. We have some peace treaty updates with Russia, Ukraine, and Trump. I don't even know Trump was meeting with Zelensky today. This happened in the morning, and or no, not in the morning, in the afternoon, 3 hours ago, and we got a bunch of clips of a productive meeting with Trump and Zelensky and Putin. So hopefully that will lead to some more geopolitical stability, and we'll talk about that. And then obviously we have the futures now, S&P 500 futures, which are going to open up in the next, futures are open, but the overnight markets will open up in 12 minutes. These are the commodity futures. An hour ago, as you can see, everything was green. Silver was up more than 6%. S&P is flat. NASDAQ's flat. The small caps are flat. So in terms of the actual futures that we all care about for assets that we're invested in, those are flat. But then 20 minutes ago, you're looking at silver up 5%. This one flipped down 2%. And now it's back to 77. Now it's basically flat. But you saw a 10% candle, intra swing candle right there, from that 86 level back down to 75.95. And now it immediately got bought up, and now it's at 77. But the volatility around silver is just incredible. And so we'll talk a lot about that and try to get some details on what the hell's going on there. And in 11 minutes, we will open up the markets. We got 3 more times to open them up in 2025, and then we're done. And then we are done, officially done for the year, which is kind of crazy, but it is happening. Thank you, everybody, for being here. How was everyone's weekend? You can put in the comments, put in the chat. How was everyone doing? Hopefully everyone had a great holiday. Too long. It has been too long. I enjoyed the time off, but how much Grey's Anatomy can someone watch? I mean, season 2, episode 10, it's kind of ridiculous. At some point, you got to get back to work. It was so funny. I thought my sister and my mom were going back to work tomorrow. And I was just talking to my sister. I was like, so you're getting ready for tomorrow? She's like, getting ready for what? I was like, for work. She's like, what are you talking about? I was like, you guys don't have work? Because they work in the school district, and apparently, I forgot, teachers have off the entire week of New Year's Eve. So they don't have work, but I've got work, and most of us have work. And given the markets aren't going to be closed this week, except for one day, we've all got a lot of stuff to get into. So grown ass man, by the way, I said it last night on Steve's show. Try Grey's Anatomy if you haven't. I'm serious. It has become a comfort show. It has become a show that I genuinely want to see the plot evolve into the next episode. quite frankly, Netflix has nothing else to watch. Stranger Things, I'm seeing, is getting ridiculously bad reviews on season 5. So, I mean, I had to go back to 2005 to get some content, and Grey's Anatomy is what came up. So that's what I've been doing over the past couple of days. Grey's Anatomy and just chilling. And we're back to action and researching silver and trying to understand what the hell is going on. So, yeah, that was my holiday weekend. I relaxed. I had fun. Christmas was great. I went to New York. That's awesome. Christmas. I was going to go with my mom and my sister and just like see the tree and do some Christmas stuff. But it started snowing like crazy. So at least you got to see the snow in New York over the past 48 hours. It's not crazy snow. I mean, we didn't get a foot. We got like 6-7 inches. See, I don't. This shit is stupid. I don't know why it keeps happening like that, but we actually did get around 6-7 inches. So at least it was nice to see the snow. But yeah, it's not like crazy amount of snow. I relaxed, had fun, spent time with family, enjoyed life. All right. So pretty much everyone got to take a little bit of a break, which was great. We got 3 days left to see how this market opens. Skiing, that's fun. I've never been skiing. I went snowboarding once when I was really young. I've never been skiing. I definitely want to go skiing one day. So Ed said, never had a white Christmas, not because I'm Mexican, but because I'm in LA. Yeah, LA. Oh, by the way, the LA meetup. So I met with Jess yesterday, and we are getting ready for the LA meetup. Put in the chat real quick if you're from Los Angeles. What part of LA would you recommend? Because we're thinking Santa Monica or Orange County. But maybe there's a better place. So the LA meetup, we are getting ready for that to happen. New York meetup is also happening. Again, we have 250 spots that have been taken to the New York meetup. I'm going to put the link again in the chat if you want to come through. Also, let me put this link here. If you've already signed up, you're going to get an email from Jess soon about the hotel rates. We got a deal with the Marriott, like a really good deal to get $149 a night, which should be the cheapest hotel you're going to find near the location. It's like 20 minutes from the location. So I'm going to put the link right there in the chat. But if you've already signed up, you're going to get this link as well. So if you are flying out and you're staying for a week, then this is the link you can use to book your hotel. Okay, the link is way too big. I'll put it again in the chat later because the link, I need to shorten it. But the meetup link I'll put right here. And the hotel, we talked to the hotel, and like it's a really nice Marriott, and there's a really good bar. There's a little bit of a happy hour. So even before the meetup, you'll be able to potentially meet a bunch of people if you're staying at this location. I will be there probably on Saturday night. So for those that are going to sign up to this place, you'll get some notifications about it. Let me put the meetup link right here in the chat. And then, and I mean, hopefully that just makes it cheaper for finding a place to stay. And that'll also be a place where you can meet a bunch of other people outside of the actual meetup itself. And then here's the link for the meetup right here. Okay, a lot of people are saying Venice Beach, Orange County, Anaheim, Pasadena. Okay, I'm going to put a poll later as well to try to get some thoughts from people because we need to get a lot more thoughts on this. And definitely California's happening. Likely end third to last weekend of March. Anaheim is not LA. Well, see, Brittany, this is why I need actual people from LA to explain this to me. I don't want to make it too far from like main Los Angeles. We're not doing Bay Area because we did that last year. But like I'm thinking Santa Monica or Orange County are the easiest places to do this. So yeah, give me your thoughts in the comments and then we'll get into it. And we'll see what we can do, and we will make California happen. Especially because I said this on Steve's stream. I was going through my analytics, and I didn't realize you could go through the number of states that are actually per location, like in at least like Canada's provinces, but states in the United States. And Canada's number one. It's Canada, Texas, New York, Florida, and Illinois is the top 5. So Texas and California definitely will be on the list to go through from there. Bitcoin right there, 88.2. We got the overnight markets opening in 5 minutes. And then we will get into all the topics that we've got going on. Orange County is in LA. See, I asked this a month ago, and a lot of people said Orange County. Orange County is an hour drive from LA. Okay, then I think Santa Monica's got to be. I feel like Santa Monica is at the center of where a lot of people can come through for LA. But we'll send out an email. I'll put a poll up later, and we'll try to see what people think. But I know Santa Monica and Orange County are the two big places that people talked about before. LA is like its own country too. Yeah, we'll see. That's why I'm asking this. Okay, cool. So we'll get into all that. Bitcoin right there, 88.2. Again, 5 minutes, the overnight markets will open, and then we're going to see what we got going on. Once the overnight markets open, got a lot of different topics that we will talk about. But the New York meetup, February 1st, that is officially happening. And then LA dates for that in March will be coming soon. And we'll get going. Dude, I'm excited. We got 3 days left of the year. It's getting to that point of the year where I think everyone gets motivated to like get shit done, or at least get ready for planning of 2026. And, you know, it's natural. It's also one of those things that is so common every single year. The question is, do you live up to, you know, all the work that or all the intentions you have for next year? And, you know, I can say 2025 definitely lived up to a lot of the goals that I set. There are certain things I did not achieve that I really, really want to focus on going into 2026 and expanding on some of the progress in 2025. But there's also a lot of things that were strong in 2025 that I'm very grateful for. By the way, the hotel link I'm putting right there. Again, you'll get an email about this, but if you do want to book that $140, $149 a night hotel, that's the link right there. That's the affiliate link. Not the affiliate link, the link that goes back to me so that you can get the actual discount. So yeah, I think 2025 has been strong, and 2026 hopefully will be stronger. I've got a lot of thoughts about the market for 2026. The Substack on like portfolio strategy, updates, hedging, all that stuff, that's going to be coming out on Tuesday, December 30th. So that'll be out in 2 days. I'm finishing the last of the editing of that post. But yeah, in general, I think there's some broader macro themes to discuss for 2025. You guys know the sort of basics of it in terms of the markets. Fed is easing and AI is strong. But there's a lot of nuance, and this whole silver thing going up 30% in 2 weeks, like that's weird to say the least. And so I think there's going to be more complications in terms of navigating the nuances of 2026 versus just 2023 bullish, 2024 bullish, 2025, even with the whole Liberation Day stuff bullish. 2026 should be macro bullish, but maybe there's a lot more choppiness to get 2026 to be a fourth consecutive bull market year. I mean, we are 2% away from back-to-back 20% years on the S&P 500. And so we are going to need a decent chunk of work that needs to happen. Well, honestly, we don't need to have that much work happen over the next couple of days. Like, you think momentum strong, get that final 2%, we bust over 7,000, and then we're 20% year over year for 3 years in a row, which hasn't been done since the late 90s. But to get there, it is going to be quite exciting to see if the market actually has the stamina for it, or if we fade out over the next 3 days. And right now, I think it's really a coin flip. Like, I really wouldn't be able to say, yes, we're busting over. I mean, the Fridays, or what was it, Wednesday's close was really not good. Like, not being able to capture any key levels, not be able to get any momentum, Nvidia barely being able to close above 190. Like, that just wasn't strong to set up on what historically is supposed to be. Oh, no, that was on Friday. Sorry, that was on Friday. That was December 26th. That's supposed to be the best day of the year. Or I think it was, yeah, on average from 1950 to 2024, December 26th is the best day of the year. And it didn't really pan out that way. So we got to see the last 3 days, can we build up that momentum to get into it? And what does that mean for 2026? Now, even if we do get above 7,000, it doesn't really matter, right? It's kind of psychologically, it's exciting, but realistically, we have to see what are the trends in 2026 and can that sustain from the momentum we saw in 2025? Yeah, the volume definitely was lacking on Friday as well, which is one thing to consider. So the next 3 days, the bond market will be closed on the 31st, so the stock market will be open. The first 2 days of the week, the bond markets will be open along with the stock market, along with the commodities market. So we should be having ample volume coming in over the coming days. And we'll see if we can get to where we need to be going into the end of the year. But look, I'm excited. It's that time of the year where I think everyone starts to, you know, whether it's like real or not, you get a sense of motivation of like it's human nature. We're geared towards new beginnings. And given we are entering into a brand new year, I think everyone is excited to like plan out what that new year looks like. And we'll be covering that new year every single day to see how the markets are going to be tracking throughout 2026. Overnight markets are open. Let's see what we've got. S&P 500 is flat, up 0.06%. I guess that's green, but that is flat. Meta's flat. Apple is flat. Microsoft flat. Nvidia is flat. Rocket Lab, which took an ugly haircut on Friday, down 8%. That's red. Amazon actually got a little bit of a boost on Friday, but that's flat in the overnight markets as well. JP Morgan is flat. PayPal is flat. Robinhood is flat. Wow, nothing. We're not getting anything here. Snapchat's flat. VG, I did buy some more VG at 691 on Friday. So bought a little more VG. That's not trading the overnight markets. Tesla's up 0.2. No, Tesla's up 0.17%. Tesla also took a 2% haircut on Friday. Nike's up a little bit. It's up 7 cents. Netflix is down 10 cents. Palantir is up 8 cents. Wow, nothing. They're not giving us anything. MicroStrategy's up a little bit because of Bitcoin. Broadcom's up 65 cents. Ethereum at 29.64. AppLovin is down $1. Nvidia's up 25 cents. It's almost like the market's forcing us to care about commodities because there's no action that we're seeing in the equity markets. Completely flat, dude. Nothing. Rocket Lab's down 30 cents. I mean, if you see something moving, let me know. But obviously, people are probably still on vacation and just not trading futures or overnight markets as much. Oklow's down 50 cents. Opendoor is down 3 cents. Opendoor actually just below $6. Micron's actually up. Micron should, I mean, look, Micron, we'll talk about it when we get to Nvidia and Groq, but Micron honestly is one of the reasons why Nvidia probably bought Groq, to be honest. 287, that's up 1%. So you got a little bit of movement on Micron. Bloom Energy, that's flat. Lulu, that's flat. Path, that's up a little bit. Zeta, which I am getting a bit more interested in. I did write up the deep dive. I established a position. I added to that position over the past couple of days. I do think it's cheap. There are a couple of headwinds that the company is facing in regards to a lawsuit and a short report. I went through all that stuff. I don't think it's that big of a deal. Nonetheless, it is more on the speculative side, but at a relatively flat valuation, $5 billion, with their peers trading at more than 50 times EBITDA, Zeta's trading at 20 times. I think this thing should be closer to $30. So I did buy more Zeta. And yeah, I mean, it's just one of those SaaS names that's, I think, genuinely undervalued. But it keeps getting rejected at this $20 breakout every time it does break out. So tomorrow's going to be a big test to see if it can actually hold above $20. Redwire is green. Okay, so some of the space names are going green. Redwire right there, 721. That's up a little bit. ASTS, that is up. ASTS also took an ugly haircut on Friday. The space names got hit pretty bad. ASTS down 8% right there from 92 to 72. So that one took a hit. Amazon's up a little bit. Google's flat. Nebius, that's a good question. That was red on Friday. That continues red, 87.50. Barely red, but that is red. As you can see that it's down. Triple V, thank you for the $200 super chat. I just got a text message from Triple V as he sent that super chat, and he said, I'm in VG. So Matt Money has got all of us into this freaking liquefied natural gas play. Derek got into VG like a month ago. He started getting really excited about it. And so now Derek's in it. Chris and Matt have been in it for a while. I got in it recently. Steve got in it on Friday. And Mr. Triple V just texted me he is now in VG as well. He said his average is 661. 661. That's so funny. He's in 1,661,000. All right, so now the question becomes, all right, so liquefied natural gas, we're talking about, a baby Cheniere, which is what Matt calls it, LNG, ticker symbol LNG, which, VG did have a market cap that was above LNG at one point. I mean, now it's far below that. LNG right there, $40 billion market cap, and VG now at $15 billion. So again, I don't know that much about it. I've got to learn a lot more about it to get a deeper understanding of it. But it's more of a borrowed Matt's conviction play. And now I will learn a lot deeper about VG. So there you go. Triple VG. Yes, exactly. Triple VG. LP says I got 20,000 shares of VG last Tuesday. You know what I think about VG as well? A lot of people, it's a small stock in terms of its price, right? $6, $7, $5. So you got a lot of people that if they feel there's a thesis here, they're going to buy it. VG does pay a little bit of a dividend, about a 1% divvy. One could argue it's a relatively safe play given it's down 75% from IPO, and the lawsuit should not be that big of a deal. The lawsuit's impact has already happened when the stock was 15, got hit with the lawsuit, bottomed at like 550. So again, you have to have a sort of long-term view on this, but in terms of a reversal from the absolute bottom, maybe that's going to happen into 2027. But then again, natural gas prices are volatile. We're already seeing how volatile commodities are. So if we see some intense volatility in the natural gas space, then obviously that could have a massive impact on VG. So again, my understanding of VG is genuinely it's a 5-year hold. I joke about blaming Matt, but if this thing goes to $5, I'm not blaming Matt. If it goes to $10, I'm not going to be super excited, because at the end of the day, like, this is not a growth stock that's going to just immediately put up 50% growth and then boom, people are going to get excited. Now, Zeta, I think genuinely could go to $30 and it would still be pretty cheap. And they've been putting up the growth, they've been putting up the beat and raises, and they can probably put up the over delivery on growth. I mean, these guys are aiming for 34% growth. Street thought they would only do 25%. So I think there's a world where that one can actually pull that off. But that's a growth stock. VG is not a growth stock, and so can't get too excited about names like this. All right, anything else in the overnight markets before we get into headlines? Broadcom's up a little bit, MicroStrategy's up a little bit, Path is up a little bit. Reddit is down a little bit. It's pretty much flat across the board. You're not seeing anything crazy. Applied Digital, that's up 0.29. Rivian's down 0.24. Carnival's down a little bit. Bitcoin and Ethereum not really moving too much. Let me check on the silver futures again. Bitcoin just took a red. Dude, Bitcoin is annoying to say the least. 88.4 down to 88, $400 candle. I mean, I know that's normal for Bitcoin, but my goodness, this thing, we'll talk about it, but it's got to be flabbergasting for a lot of people that are trying to get some level of excitement out of this thing. And it's just not happening. And I know it's driving the crypto bros crazy to see freaking silver do what it's doing. And then you have gold or digital gold that's just like not moving. But this is what's happening. Yeah, silver still is down that 10%, guys. So silver's at 77. 0.47%. Gold just went red. Silver did go more red from 77, but it is not still at that like 75, 90 level. So it got bought up a little, but not bought up to that 85, 86 level that it was at literally an hour ago. And so we'll talk about silver and try to go deeper on exactly what's going on. Amit, did you get Bitcoin for Christmas? Yes, I did get 280 of Bitcoin from Robinhood at 8:30. Make sure to remind me at 8:29 to go on the Robinhood app, and we'll see if we can win like an actual prize. But yeah, Robinhood is doing their giveaways. Look, I like the giveaway idea. On the first night, it definitely got messed up. I think there was just way too much volume, which is fair. When you give away $7 million worth of prizes, a lot of people are going to tune into that. And so they fixed it really quickly. So I think it's smart to do. It's engaging. It's exciting. It gets people on the app, even on the holidays when most people probably wouldn't be on the app. And everyone wants to win free stuff. So at the end of the day, it's a lot of free marketing for them. And that 7 million is probably nothing when it comes to their marketing expenses. This is the video Vlad posted a couple days ago on this entire giveaway that they're doing.
What's up, everyone? Hope you're having a fantastic holiday season. I know me and the elves here sure are. We have been working very hard building something spectacular and magical for you. You won't want to miss it. So be in the app. Make sure you're here on the countdown screen at precisely 8:30 p.m. Eastern for the big reveal. So Cody, I'm gonna need you to come in New Year's Eve and New Year's Day as well. And doing the next promotion. Of course. Oh, it's a Wednesday. All right. So you'll be here already. That's a working day.
That's right. Is it a Saturday?
Maybe. Because if it's not, we're gonna need Saturday and Sunday as well. What's up?
And then they had technical glitches the first day. So Vlad tweeted, yep, Cody's definitely going to be working overnight. So I like the culture, dude. I love the culture. Get your ass to work. We got stuff to ship. We got people that need to be engaged. And we got a $130 billion market cap that we have to uphold. And your beautiful stock-based comp means you got to work for it. So it's an exciting approach by Robinhood, and I think it's the right thing to keep people engaged even in the holidays. All right, so let's get into everything that we got to talk about silver. Let's start off with silver. So there's a lot of stuff to discuss on silver. I want to give a high-level overview first, and then we'll get into the nitty-gritty of what is going on with silver. First of all, let's just take a look at the silver's chart, because this chart is something out of a movie at this point. It's up a lot. This is what it looks like over the past 5 years. It's parabolic. It looks absolutely parabolic. And usually when things tend to look that parabolic, there needs to be some level of a narrative that is associated with that parabolicness in order for it to make sense. And with Nvidia, which their chart looks very similar to what's happening with silver, as copper is up now 5% in the London futures on their stock exchange. Copper is being seen as a sort of obvious sympathy silver trade. Silver was seen as the sympathy gold trade, so a lot of it's kind of stacking on top of each other. But with Nvidia, you had revenue growth of upwards of 350%. And because you're seeing revenue growth at such a high level, obviously the street got excited. And if you had bought Nvidia in 2017, you're up more than 90x, which is a phenomenal return. And that's why that chart looks like the way that it looks. With silver, you're not seeing revenue growth of 350% because there is no revenue growth to be talked about, but there are some levels of excitement and momentum that's getting people more excited. So very quick 5-level overview on what's happening with silver. Number one, silver is highly sensitive to real rates, which real rates are defined as interest rates minus inflation. So if investors are believing that rates are done rising, or at least that they are still within the cutting cycle, you have assets just like a Bitcoin that should be sensitive to the real rates that we have in our economy. And inflation is coming down, which is relatively bullish for risk on assets. Now, silver is not really a risk on asset, but it still is an asset that should benefit from lower borrowing costs. And so silver is going up. Bitcoin should be going up too. And that's a different question for why that's not happening. But that's one of the reasons why silver is excited. You got rates coming down. Number two, and this is the big one, industrial demand is going higher. Unlike gold, 50% of silver demand is industrial, not just for an investment. Quite frankly, the majority of gold, I mean, I'm just pulling this number out of my ass, but I would imagine 85 to 90% of gold is for a store of value. The other 10% is like actually jewelry and all these other different things you can do with it. Silver, 50% of it is for EVs and electronics, data centers and AI hardware, same thing with copper, 5G and advanced circuitry, and the big one, which is solar panels. And that gets into a discussion around China, which we'll talk about later. But solar panels use a lot of silver. So given the level of industrial output, particularly around data centers and new forms of building solar panels over the past 6 months, that has led to more momentum around people saying, hey, I want to have exposure to silver. Number three, silver supply has been structurally tight for the past several years. The reason for this is most silver is produced as a byproduct of copper, lead, and zinc. Miners don't ramp production just because silver prices rise, which is why the miners are trading right now. The silver miners are trading right now as if silver was trading at $30 to $40 an ounce, because miners don't ramp production just because the price goes high, because the price is volatile, the price will fluctuate. But now that the price is sustained, I mean, the price was 50 a couple weeks ago, now it's at 80. So now the miners have no choice but to ramp up production. And that's why people are saying the catch-up trade to silver should be the miners. I have some thoughts on that, but that is another argument why the chronic supply deficit has continued to coincide with the industrial use case of silver, along with rates coming down, and that puts together the parabola of the ability for silver to have this massive level of surge. Final two reasons. Number four, the gold-silver ratio effect. So silver often lags gold. We've seen gold have a massive move this year. Silver was having a good move, but it wasn't having a gold-type move. Now silver is outperforming gold. And historically, if you look at the gold-silver ratio, gold tends to do well, and then silver tends to be the lagging trade, but it tends to catch up. And we saw this back in 2011 as well, before it ended up having a 40% decline. And that might be happening right now. Fifth reason, most obvious reason why silver is probably breaking out, is retail speculation and FOMO. There is more likely than not a lot of people that are saying, holy crap, I've been stuck in Bitcoin all year. I was stuck in Ethereum. I missed gold. I need to get access to some type of alpha. There's this general excitement around the concept of silver. You have people probably watching tons of YouTube videos thinking that silver is the next biggest thing to make them a millionaire. And you got a lot of people jumping into silver. And as a result, you got people excited for it. Now, the China question is a whole nother question. I'm not going to go that deep into it, but I will say that there is an arbitrage going on in regards to China spot silver prices versus in the United States. This chart from Bloomberg I thought was really interesting. This happened today. China's only silver fund, which is the UBS SDIC Silver's Future Fund, halted new retail inflows after buying frenzies on the past, I think it was 5 trading days, this article cited, drove prices 60% above the actual value of the holding. So when you're buying a silver ETF, you're not technically buying silver, you're buying exposure to silver that's supposed to be trading on a spot 1-to-1 basis. But given silver hasn't really gone parabolic in 14 years, I mean, if you're buying SLV from BlackRock, they don't have a massive incentive to take your money and immediately go buy as much silver as possible to make sure you're 1-to-1, because at the end of the day, you're buying something that shouldn't be that volatile. But when the thing starts going up like crazy and they don't have the silver, like that creates an issue, which is why in China, at least, BlackRock has not done this yet. I don't think BlackRock's going to need to do this because, you know, they have a lot more resources and they aren't as, I guess, one could argue, concerned about the prices. The CCP is more concerned about it from an industrial perspective, but the CCP is making sure that a lot of funds inside of China try not to buy up the price or try not to ride up the price as high as it needs to go. And that only creates even more pressure, from a psychological perspective. You've got a lot of people thinking, hey, why is this government banning people from being able to buy silver? I want to look more into why it's so important. And then B, you just have a lot more demand coming in, even if it's getting ripped off in one part of the world, like in China. Australia, which this came out just 50 minutes ago, is now pricing their silver at $90.52 an ounce, which it's at $77 right now. So if you go on ABC Bullion website, this is Australia's largest independent bullion dealer. They have silver priced at $90.52 an ounce. And if people are willing to pay these prices, because I think it's going to $150, then, I mean, boom, you have an arbitrage in certain markets, and you have obviously a lot of people that are more excited about getting access to the asset class, getting exposure to the asset class. So what is the takeaway for all of us as investors? Plus, a lot of the run-up last week was a lot of the banks were short silver and they had to cover their shorts that have shorts and they need to cover them. So that's also true. And I don't think that's just about banks. That's also about retail investors. I mean, the biggest thing I saw on Thursday and Friday was I'm buying silver puts. I'm shorting silver, getting silver puts, yada. And look, is it attractive as an idea, in my opinion, to get silver puts? Yes. Simply because of the fact that I feel like it's also becoming parabolic and it probably doesn't have the momentum to keep going that much higher. But then again, if I'm not a commodities expert enough to buy silver when it was $20 last year, I don't know if I'm that much of an expert to say I'm going to call the top. And so if it's a hedge on just pure like excitement in the risk on part of the market, and you say, okay, well, let me go short silver because if the market falls, then the short will do very well. The problem is that is inconsistent with risk on behavior, because theoretically, that short is not really saving your portfolio if the entire market collapses, because, well, silver might not collapse. I mean, realistically, the short of the last 6 months was Bitcoin, not silver or gold. So if you're talking about a risk on exciting move in the market is going to come down, well, why wouldn't Bitcoin just go down another 10, 15,000? But why does silver have to come down? Now, maybe they both come down, but the point is, I think it's becoming it was a contrarian trade to go short silver, and now it is becoming a consensus trade. And the level of consensus that at least I've been seeing anecdotally of people saying, yep, I'm going short, leads me to believe that maybe this short is not anywhere near prime to happen yet, because there's just too many people that are excited about it. But then, to add some nuance to this, you see charts like this. Google searches for silver over the holidays has spiked to multi-year highs. This was as of this morning. I mean, do these many people know about silver or care about silver? No, they're obviously just excited about the fact that the asset is going higher in price and they want to buy it. So the two takeaways I have from this are very simple. I will not be shorting silver because I just think that's an easy way to get your face ripped off, even though the chart does look like it wants to come down. And I don't blame anyone for shorting it as a hedge, but I wouldn't go balls deep and be like, hey, this is going to be the short of a lifetime. If it's a hedge in a certain percentage of your portfolio, I think that's fine. And if it goes to zero, then hopefully the rest of see, that's the problem with even saying it's a hedge, because the concept of a hedge is like, if it goes to zero, well, I'm okay because the rest of the market's going up. If this thing's definitely going up, so then I'll make my hedge back in some other part of the market. But if the rest of the market's going down, one could argue silver is going up, which means it's not just a hedge. You're losing money on your stocks and you're losing money on your short, because silver is like the counter-cyclical trade against the risk-on nature of the market, even though silver is acting like a risk-on trade. So I don't think shorting it makes a lot of sense yet. I mean, I feel like it still needs to be crazier to be excited to short it. But I understand why people want to short it. And then my second takeaway is I'm not buying silver here either. I think the trade is done in the context of the easy money. This is very similar to Google. Google will be an amazing company. It will be bigger 5 years from now. But the idea that Google returns another 70% in 2027, basically making it a $5.3, $5.4 trillion company, maybe $5.2 trillion company from these levels. No, I don't see that happening. And I'm willing to be wrong on that. But like the easy money in Google was at 150. It's done. Like it's not easy money. It comes with a lot more risk now. And so with silver, it was easy money when it was at 20, 30 bucks. When it was at 40, 50 bucks, one could argue was easier. At 80, I feel like the risk is higher. And so, yeah, no, I wouldn't go long silver here. I think it's worth researching silver and understanding what's going on. I don't think it makes sense to be ignorant as a market. I don't think, like, it makes no sense to me to be like, I don't care about silver, I'm just not going to learn about it. Like, if you're a market participant, no, you should learn about these things. Like when the yen carry trade happened, yeah, it took a couple hours to do some research, but like you should have learned what happened. And now I'm much more knowledgeable about the relationship between bond yields, USD, the yen, why the Japanese are raising rates, or why they're potentially stimulating and raising rates at the same time. So I think everyone should learn about it and like care about what's happening. I do not think that means you have to go on a trade for silver. And so, I mean, let me know in the chat if anyone's going long or short. But given all the research that I've done over the weekend, the risk to reward is not there. It's like a stock that's over, like the Reddit deep dive, I concluded with there's no risk to reward here. Now, Reddit would have to be exceptional with their growth to be able to get that stock closer to 300 next year. But the risk you're taking at 230, it's like, no, the risk was at 100, at 150, even at 175. But like the risk to reward is not as attractive here. Same thing with silver. And so I don't think it's the most, same thing with gold too, right? Like now, again, if you're buying this for the next 10 years, who cares? But people are not buying silver for the next 10 years. Maybe they're buying gold for the next 10 years, but people are buying silver because they expect a massive move to happen. And I mean, you just got to be really right if you're going to take that risk to see if it takes place. This is the Bitcoin ETF outflows on Friday. $275 million left the Bitcoin ETFs on Friday. Over $1 billion have left the outflows or have been outflowed from the ETFs over the past month. This goes back to the argument around euphoria around silver. I would reckon some of that 275 million is definitely going into SLV, which is BlackRock's silver fund, even if it's not going into IBIT. So I think people are trying to get exposure to silver, and you're seeing this with the outflows on things like Bitcoin ETFs. The question is, are those people going to be holding the bag? I mean, if you bought silver futures today at anywhere above $80, you're holding a bag already, and it happened within 20 minutes. So now the question is, are you going to be holding a multi-year bag? If you look at the other charts of silver historically, 2011 it topped out, and then I think 10 years before that it also had a topping out. So this asset has been known to just like be volatile and have moments where it tops out, and then it's left for years and years of stagnation. But when it breaks out, it breaks out. I just think it's already broken out, and I don't know if it's going to continue to break out in the same way. And I notice people on X are like getting super defensive about silver now. Now we're getting into an emotional part of silver as a trade. And this is the last thing I'll say about this, and then we'll move on to Nvidia. Now people have made so much money in the trade that they feel like they need to defend it with their life, right? It's like a stock that went up, and it's like the Open Door people. It's like they need to defend that Open Door is actually deserving of a $6 billion valuation, even though they can't make a profit because they bought it at 50 cents. And like everyone's naturally going to have their own emotional bias towards a stock when it goes up, and they bought it when it was low and they want to keep it going up. So they're going to defend it. But I'm seeing a lot of that on silver. And I'm just like, number one, it's not that serious. It's like, congratulations that you got it right. But the idea that it needs to do another 4X next year, like, and without any real justification, people are just like, no, it has to go higher. It's like, okay, so this is becoming emotional for a lot of people. You can't really make a massive bull case here. Number two is, I don't think people are thinking about the geopolitical implications of China not wanting to pay these types of prices for silver. And it's not just China. They've just been very vocal about it. And the CCP is the CCP, so they will actually take action. But it's also people like Elon Musk who commented over the weekend that silver trading at these prices is not sustainable. And so the idea that there's not some type of government intervention in a fundamental way, given how vital silver is towards data centers in particular, which is, goes back to the AI trade, I think it's misguided to imagine that that's not going to be the case, or that there's not a world in which people get involved. So on top of that, I mean, you already saw this on Thursday as well, or on Friday, CME Group, which handles a lot of the margin requirements for silver. In 2011, they raised margin requirements 5 times. On Thursday, or it was on Friday, they raised requirements by 10%. If you see another 2011 scenario where they continue to raise the margin requirements for silver, I mean, you're going to have a lot of people that are not going to be able to put up that collateral. A, because they don't have the physical silver. B, because as soon as the paper silver that matches the physical silver starts falling because people start covering their margin, you're going to have a lot of other people that bought in at like 70, and now silver's at, let's say it's 90, now it goes all the way to 71. People are like, oh, this thing's going back to 60, and they just sell out, and that creates a cascading effect of even more selling pressure on the asset. So I think there's more risk than reward here on silver. And if you miss it, you miss it. And I joke about, not listening to my uncle's advice back in October of 2024 and not buying silver, but I bought Hood at 25 and it's done better than silver since then. So like I joke about it, and yes, he was right on it and it made sense. But I'm not upset that I'm not in silver. Like I couldn't care less, quite frankly. It is just, as a market participant, it is incredible to watch the rise of this happen. And I think there's a lot of implications for the stock market if this thing keeps going higher. But I think most of us bought assets that have, at least in the depths of 2023 or early 2024, have done way better. I mean, hell, you could have bought something in freaking April that's done way better than silver. So I don't think anyone should be having FOMO on this. I don't think anyone should be having FOMO. And that would be my overall analysis on what's going on with silver. Okay, the Robinhood giveaway is happening in a couple minutes. Let me make sure I'm on the countdown page. Okay, I'm here. I want to win a Rolex, bro. I want to win something fun. Probably going to get another $1 of Bitcoin, which I'm appreciative for. It's nice to get stuff for free, but dude, I want to win something nice. If anyone wins in the chat, let us know. Because it would be fun to see someone. No one that I know has won anything cool from this Robinhood giveaway. Everyone's gotten like a little bit of Doge or Bitcoin. So hopefully someone wins something else. We did win a Charizard. Yes, I was on Steve's stream. We did a live freaking rip and ship with his boy from Nostalgianomics, and we won a $2,000 car. Steve paid like $300 for the pack of cards. So that was fun yesterday. He needs to get it graded now, and that's a 10x that we did yesterday. All right, we'll talk in Nvidia. We'll talk Nvidia after this Robinhood thing. So let's just wait 3 minutes. Let's open the prize we get. And then well, actually, no, it doesn't, dude, it doesn't even, that's the other thing I was annoyed about this giveaway. They don't even give you the prize during the countdown. There's no, like the only point, it's like you have to be there to be counted for the game. But then like 3 hours later, they send you a notification saying your prize is ready. So I wish they had it makes it more fun if you immediately get the prize, but we're probably not going to get the prize here. I don't know why they decided to wait for hours. I guess it's a technical thing, but it would be so cool if they could just do a random lottery immediately at 8:30. And then give people their prize. Otherwise, the fun of being there kind of has been taken out. So, yeah, we'll see in a couple hours what will happen there. You don't need a Rolex. The time is now. That's also true. If I get a Rolex, I was going to just sell it, to be honest, because there's good resale value on Rolex. I wasn't going to wear. You think I'm going to wear a Rolex? I wasn't going to wear it. But if we can get like a nice chunk of change from it, that would be nice. So. All right, so that's what I got on silver. Again, let me know if you're long or short this thing. We'll probably be talking about it for a long time. I think it's important just to learn about these things. And this is the beauty of the markets, right? There's these moving puzzles, and these moving puzzles force you to learn more about what's happening. And I've been really excited with all the research that I've done to try to become more cognizant of the commodities market. And it'll probably help me in the future when we have another one of these issues up or down in commodities. But in terms of actually making a decision on this trade, the answer is, I think, just stay on the sidelines. I think it will become much more apparent when it's time to short. I think it's a little bit too arrogant right now to be like, this is the time to short. But maybe I'm wrong. Maybe this is the top. I think timing it is tough. Given 40, 50, 60 people said silver stopping out, and that just wasn't the top. Okay, cool. 10 seconds. 3, 2, 1 on Robinhood. What are they giving away? This one's going to be the Rolex. From your wrist to your walls, every gadget gets an upgrade. Smart design, smart features, smarter living. Are you in? Come and see what's in store. 10 of you will get a 55-inch Samsung Frame TV. 500 of you will get an Apple Watch Series 11. 850,000 in Ethereum for everyone else to split. Okay, and now we'll wait in a couple hours for them to see what we got. This is really smart though, dude. It's keeping a lot of people. I mean, there's hundreds of thousands of people that are probably on this thing every single second, every single day. I mean, they're doing this for 7 days, right? So they basically made an advent calendar of this whole thing. And 6 days, yeah. So this is what it looks like right here. That's good. It's getting people engaged. And it's always nice for a company to give back. You know, people love to take advantage of stuff that's free. Also, the fact that they have the money willing to give back. I mean, that means they've done the financial homework and they know that $7 million is not going to break the bank in any sense of the imagination. It's probably going to get them more gold subscribers as well. So it makes sense for Hood to do this. All right, cool. Nvidia. Let's talk Nvidia. So that was a conversation on silver. We'll keep covering it throughout the week. We'll see what happens. But that's what we got on silver. All right, Nvidia. So I was asleep when I got the notification from a friend who actually invested in Groq in 2022 and 2024. And he was super excited about the Nvidia Groq deal. And I had known about Groq. If you listen to the All In podcast, you know that Chamath is a seed founder or a seed investor in Groq as well. He invested when it was worth like 50 million, got an exit at basically 20 billion from Nvidia. It's not an acquisition, it's an acqui-hire, but it's effectively an acquisition. And the actual employees, it was reported today, will be getting the $20 billion worth of their shares. So like if you're an employee, you're going to get $20 billion. You're going to be getting your vesting as if the company was acquired for 20 billion. Even if it actually wasn't. Chamath did not text me. It was a different friend, but he was super excited about it. And then I woke up to his text, and then he realized that he might not actually be getting an exit because like it's not really an acquisition, it's not a buyout, it's more of an acqui-hire. But it was discussed today that this 20 billion licensing deal will basically be an acquisition. So what's the implication of this, and what does it mean for Nvidia? I think there's two major takeaways. And they all dwell down to why Nvidia is becoming a lot more serious about spending their hoard of cash. Now, again, Nvidia has 60 billion in cash. If you own Nvidia, then you just got your dividend from Nvidia, which is important because it's nice to get a dividend. But then again, it's a dividend that doesn't really do much. It's a penny a share. So I think from that perspective, I just get annoyed when I see the dividend. I'm like, this should not be. This money coming back to me is stupid. Like the money should be going into something that's going to grow the stock price. And, Nvidia's done a great job growing the stock price, but they need to keep growing the stock price. And the best way to do it is to invest in a meaningful way. So the first takeaway is that I liked seeing them use the capital in a way that was not stupid. And I think buying back their stock or giving it to shareholders in a dividend is just dumb. Like they should be using it to grow the company because at this valuation, which is relatively cheap compared to a lot of the other Mag 7s, they need to put up the growth because the world is resting on their shoulder, and they need to be defensive enough to make sure that their growth, their margins are sustainable at least over the next 2-3 years. Like it can plateau starting 2028, 2029, but if it starts plateauing in 2027, you're going to have that priced in for 2026, and the stock's just going to get hit before it even happens. So it's very important that Nvidia defend their monopoly. So why are they doing this? Well, from my research over the weekend, this has to deal with memory. And it essentially has to deal with what's going on in the context of DRAM and HBM, which is high bandwidth memory. So Groq is an inferencing technology. It is not Groq from Elon, G-R-O-K. It's G-R-O-Q. It's the same name, but it's a different company. And what Groq specialized in, which is what really got them a lot of excitement from the Middle East and from all these other companies, is their ability to inference train models or engage in inferencing from these models that are already trained in a way that did not require massive amounts of memory, massive amounts of HBM. Now, we've been talking about this over the past couple of weeks. Micron, which is why I said Micron is essentially one of the reasons why NVIDIA made this trade. Micron had one of the best quarters in the entire market outside of Nvidia when it comes to semiconductors. Why? Because demand for memory, which is something that I definitely missed over the past 2 years, the nuts and bolts of making the GPU and getting it to market require a variety of things. A lot of us know about the server racks with SMCI and Dell, and they have their big moves. But memory is another big thing. And it's not something that I paid too much attention to. I know Couch Investor, shout out to Neil, he really focused on it, and he's done very well with advocating for this name. But Samsung, SK Hynix, and Micron are the three major players that are actually working in this area, and they essentially have a monopoly, if you put all three of them together, on memory. Groq's technology doesn't use memory and HBM in the same way that Nvidia GPUs do, which is why when you saw Jensen in Taiwan drinking, the reason he was drinking is because he was with the president of Samsung and he was trying to secure a lot of the memory supply, because one of the biggest issues right now is that memory supply is becoming very hard to secure. In fact, 3 days ago, Samsung and SK Hynix raised their memory prices by 20%, which is why Micron got that lift, meaning Micron's probably going to do this as well. And the reason they lifted it is because now they have just a lot more operating leverage, essentially, negotiating power over the companies that need it, including Nvidia. And it's not like they're going to flex their muscle on Nvidia and say, hey, Nvidia, you've got to pay us like 5x more than what we wanted, because they get a lot of business from Nvidia. I don't think they want to necessarily isolate Nvidia. But the point is they can. And what is Jensen going to do about it? Because he needs that DRAM, those HBMs, inside of his GPU. So back on October 30th, when he was securing supply, a lot of the tech companies right now are struggling because they're not able to secure supply, because it's really hard to secure an asset that is not easily available. Jensen was able to get it done. But if there's a world where one of your competitors, aka Google, gets momentum with the TPUs, and Citi actually put out a good note about TPUs that we'll talk about in a second, and a company like Groq starts working with a company like Broadcom or AMD that are making sort of custom chips that don't necessarily have to deal with the same go-to-market that a traditional GPU has that takes an intensive amount of memory. Well, now you've got a whole new level of inference that doesn't necessarily need the traditional NVIDIA chips and doesn't need memory. And that's where it becomes really exciting for a company like Groq, because they essentially have an open market to go to any of the big hyperscalers or the custom ASICs players like a Broadcom and say, hey, our LPU technology is strong enough to be able to work in whatever inference training you guys need to do. And we don't necessarily have the memory constraints that an NVIDIA has. And if that is cheaper and more effective, and that's part of the reason why Google is up 70% this year, is that the TPU market seems like it's going to be growing and they're going to be getting a lot more customers. They already have OpenAI, they already have Anthropic, et cetera. Then that poses a fundamental risk to NVIDIA's moat. And so from my understanding, this entire acquisition, and that does not mean that, because Jonathan Ross, who is the founder of Groq, who is now going to NVIDIA, by the way, he is the father of the TPU. He designed the TPU at Google. So if anyone knows about how to avoid some of the NVIDIA tax, it's this guy. He is bullish on NVIDIA. If you've seen any of his interviews, he's like very, very excited for where NVIDIA is going and how NVIDIA is going to be able to scale in a meaningful way, which is probably why he took the offer to join NVIDIA. And because, you got a nice 3x buyout from the last valuation price. Also, Groq decreased their revenue targets by 75%. So this is a phenomenal and incredible technology. But just like a lot of the other names in the chip space, it's really hard to monetize because there's a very complex supply chain. There's a lot of lead times to be able to even get a customer's orders through. And so Groq told their investors 3 months ago, we're not going to hit our revenue targets. But still, they got a $7 billion valuation because of the potential of them to be able to meaningfully go against NVIDIA. And so the buyout makes a lot of sense. And, they probably are not worth $20 billion on paper, but Jensen realized that he's going to have to overpay a little bit. And Groq probably realized this is the best deal that they're going to get unless they actually try to take on NVIDIA full scale, which just requires a lot more capital. And so for that reason, he's going to NVIDIA. However, although he has a lot of respect for NVIDIA, I think he also understands that NVIDIA is going to need to meaningfully have to resolve the HBM issue. And this is a clip where he talks about this in order for them to maintain their monopoly. And that is why I think Groq just got a $20 billion buyout.
Of the fab that we're using. The biggest issue, so 7 powers. We love 7 powers, right? Hamilton Helmers.
Yeah.
Okay. You don't normally think of tech companies as having a cornered resource. But Nvidia has a cornered resource. They're a monopsony, the opposite of a monopoly, a single buyer for HBM. And the interposer, the CoWoS.
So what is HBM?
So HBM is high bandwidth memory.
Okay.
And one GPUs
and who produces HBM? I'm sorry for the dumb questions.
There's 3 companies in the world that do this: SK Hynix, Samsung, and Micron.
Okay.
And it's a specialty memory. It's only used in high-end servers, so there's a limited quantity that's built. It's very expensive to ramp up. It's a very technically challenging type of memory to build, more so than others. And so there's a very limited supply. And GPUs are so fast computationally that if you were using regular memory, it'd be like drinking out of a martini straw. It would just take forever. This is why you see people preferring to do even inference, but especially training on GPUs rather than CPUs, because the memory bandwidth is too limited. And CPUs rarely use HBM. They're mostly regular memory. Our architecture, so the observation that we had when we started Groq, everyone knows Moore's law. Every 18 to 24 months, like clockwork, double the transistors. It means double the compute. But we noticed that AI was getting better faster. And it clearly wasn't the algorithms, because algorithms have sort of discontinuous jump. It also didn't seem to be the data, because there wasn't that much more data. And the transistors were only doubling every 18 to 24 months. So where was all of this capability coming from? Turns out the number of chips was also doubling every 18 to 24 months. So rather than 2x, it was 4x. So the question we asked was, if you're effectively going to have an unlimited number of chips, do you do something architecturally different? And the answer is absolutely. So rather than using external memory, we just use a large number of chips and keep all of the parameters of the model in the chips live. And then we just have this pipeline where the computation flows through it, sort of like an assembly line, right? So imagine...
I'll link this podcast in the chat, but that is a high-level overview of how they got around not necessarily needing the high bandwidth memory to the same extent that Nvidia does. And that innovation got Jensen's attention, and it got Nvidia's attention. And quite frankly, it is, I think, a $20 billion hedge against Google buying out Groq or Broadcom buying out Groq. Because if they're a competitor, I think Nvidia is down 10% the day that Google or Broadcom announces they acquire Groq. And the reason for that, and this is why I think Jensen ended up buying Groq, because he realized if the market starts perceiving his competitors, his biggest ASIC competitors, which at this point are basically Broadcom and Google, which essentially together are building the TPUs, Broadcom's building other custom chips for other companies, but let's just say it's the TPU in general. If that now has the power of Groq behind it, and they find even more ways for inference that don't need the Nvidia tax, I mean, you start really thinking, or is Nvidia going to be able to keep selling at the level that there's already so many fears in the broader market around this, not just AI bubble, but more in particular, Nvidia's ability to suck the CapEx out of these hyperscalers for the next 5 years. And I mean, if that were to not happen, then you've got some fundamental problems with the growth estimates on Nvidia, which is why Nvidia is cheap if you believe they will continue to grow. If they don't grow, I mean, $4 trillion is a hell of a price to pay. 4.6 trillion. So, I mean, most people are bullish on Nvidia because they believe that the growth will continue happening. But Jensen, I think, took a defensive step, which has some offensive nuances to it. And it makes sense for why they did this. So they paid a hell of a premium, a 3x premium to the previous valuation. But I think they needed to do this. And quite frankly, it proves the Google TPU bulls argument that you cannot ignore the fact that there are other alternatives to what Nvidia is doing that are gaining steam. Because I don't think Jensen coughs up 20 billion unless he thinks, and Jensen is the most tapped in this entire ecosystem than any CEO you could imagine. Unless he thinks, and he's hearing from people, that there are other forms of chips that are out there that can get people's attention outside of the Nvidia GPU. And even if it's not happening for the next 8 to 10 quarters, it could happen in the next 12 quarters, which gets priced in probably in the next 3 quarters from the street. This is what Citi put out over the weekend. Citi Research thinks Google would pay $50 billion to Broadcom in fiscal year 2027 alone for the proliferation of TPUs. They think OpenAI is going to pay $20 billion to Broadcom just to be able to get access to these chips. They think Meta is going to pay about $4 billion, ByteDance will pay $2 billion, Anthropic will pay $4 billion, XAI will pay $8 billion, and they think Amazon and Microsoft will pay $10.6 billion. So they wrote right here, we like Broadcom and we see the upside due to the proliferation of TPUs. Broadcom confirmed Anthropic is Google's largest TPU customer with 21 billion in revenue in 2026. We have not included any OpenAI revenue contribution in their calendar year 2026 AI revenue of roughly 50 billion, but we believe Broadcom should see further upside from its 73 billion AI backlog with its continued proliferation of TPUs. So I think Broadcom's going to be fine. If you own Broadcom stock, I wouldn't be too worried, even if you bought it a little bit higher at like 400. I mean, this thing, if you give it a couple of years, I think they're going to be okay. They've got a lot of tailwinds moving for them. It's just the valuation got a little ahead of itself the day of earnings. But the growth is there, and the growth should continue to be there. The problem is if the growth starts compounding using technology that bypasses Nvidia, which is already what the point of an ASIC is to not have to go through the GPU in the same way that Nvidia has confronted it. I mean, things get a little dicey for Nvidia. So as soon as I saw this offer on Friday, I woke up half asleep, and this was the first headline I saw, and I was like, this makes sense. And I went back to sleep. I saw it for like 2 seconds, then I knocked out again. But then after I woke up and actually got to like read it, I was like, this makes sense. This is a good use. And even if this acquisition doesn't work, which I find hard to believe, given how smart Jonathan Ross is and how sophisticated the Groq team is, it's something you have to do. Like, you have all this free cash flow, you have to use it in these defensive ways. I mean, it just does not make sense to give that money back to me as a shareholder and let Google spend their unlimited amount of cash, or Broadcom spend their 80 billion in cash and buy up Groq, probably paying more than 20 billion if they had to as it gets more advanced, but letting that become a realistic threat to the monopoly that is Nvidia. So I think it makes sense. And as an Nvidia shareholder, I'm happy to see them take this move. But it was definitely a move that they had to do. And that's what we're seeing now as we get into 2026. By the way, silver flipped red again. Now it flipped green. It's literally, well, now it's flat. 76.88, 0.0%. This thing's behaving like a meme stock, dude. 10% reversal, went all the way down to 75.90, then came up. And now it's back. Bitcoin and Ethereum, what are these guys doing? Yeah, it's moving a little bit. I wouldn't say it's a pump, dude. I get triggered every time I see Bitcoin pumping because I don't believe a single move or a single candle on Bitcoin and Ethereum. It has been a month and a half. No, it's been 2 months. Ever since October 10th, it's been literally 2 months. Anytime you get a little bit of a move, it gets counteracted within, give it an hour. Realistically, you could give it 5 minutes, but give it an hour and like it goes back down. So I don't know if the silver gold sell-off, if there is any meaningful sell-off, flows into Bitcoin and Ethereum. And I think that's what's pissed off a lot of people in the Bitcoin crypto space. Like, everyone thought the rotation would be from gold to silver after they were already up 30, 40% year to date, because gold and silver don't go up 30, 40% into Bitcoin and Ethereum. But it ended up being Bitcoin and Ethereum go down 40% and gold and silver go up another 40%. So the entire rotation was wrong from the Bitcoin bros, the entire thing. And the Ethereum bros, which I'm a part of because of BMNR, right? So like it's just it's one of those things where if you were exposed to crypto in any way, like more meaningfully, obviously Hood is like a form of exposure, but there's also an operating business around Hood, which is why Hood has not been decimated like a lot of these other names that are just super leveraged against Bitcoin or Ethereum. If you're in one of those plays, it's been an ugly couple months. And I don't know, again, I said this the past couple weeks, I don't know if we're entering crypto winter. If we are, I think there's going to be phenomenal buying opportunities for MicroStrategy, BMNR, probably Hood, Coinbase. So all these assets are going to get hit pretty bad, quite frankly. Like, it's just the truth. Coinbase is going down the drain. Robinhood's going to be better than Coinbase, in my opinion, but Robinhood's still getting hit pretty bad. Now, if the equity markets fall with crypto markets, which tends to happen, I mean, if we see crypto go down another 20% and equities are up 20%, I can't see that happening, but let's say that does happen, Robinhood's going to be more than fine because they will be able to make up for the loss of revenue from crypto. But all these stocks are going to be trading at amazing prices towards the end of the year or towards the end of the bottom of that crypto winter, which maybe is in 2026. But the pain that everyone will have to go through if you're in these stocks, if you believe a crypto winter is happening, maybe this is the bottom. And maybe, Tom Lee's right and we get to 150 in January. But if he's not, and it's going to be more choppy than expected, and silver and gold end up continuing to rally, I mean, you just got to hold your nose and buy these things when they get dirt cheap. I don't know if they're dirt cheap yet. I mean, Bitcoin, as annoying as it is, it's at $88,000. This thing was at $15,000 3 years ago. So I don't know if this is necessarily dirt cheap 2022 prices yet. But I think there's a world in which it can get there. And when it does, that's when we buy. But I'm not excited to buy anything crypto related right now at all. At all. And maybe that sentiment is enough to signal a bottom. But I'd rather buy a breakout with a confirmed reversal that is higher than be like, oh yeah, silver's topping, I'm buying Bitcoin. It's like, well, we've been saying that for 6 months. That hasn't happened. Nothing's happened. Nothing, rate cuts, quantitative, nothing has led from a global macro liquidity play to make these assets benefit. And sort of the fundamental use cases around the assets, at least for Ethereum, whether it's stablecoins, tokenizations, that has been scaling very nicely. I think 60% of all stablecoins are happening on Ethereum, but you've not seen the implication on its price. And I think that's because its price is tied to a lot more global liquidity play, more of a global liquidity argument for its price. And the reasons for why the price should be higher have been in effect, AKA central banks easing, but it's just not reflected in the asset prices, which is why I think you just wait. I don't think you get overly excited about these assets yet. I think there's more than enough equities to be excited about outside of crypto at this moment. Doesn't mean you go bearish crypto. I think like there's too many people going super bearish. I'm like, dude, you don't go bearish crypto here. You just might wait to get a better entry price. But there's people saying Bitcoin's stupid. I'm like, no, Bitcoin's not stupid. Like Bitcoin feels like the price action feels stupid. But like if you were orange pilled and you believe in an asset and you believe in the underlying thesis around the asset, you can't say it's now stupid because the price is not going in your direction. I mean, at that point, it's like a stock, right? The stock's not going up, and so therefore you think the entire thesis is stupid. Well, there's a reason you believe in the thesis in the first place. Now, if you've completely changed your thesis, that's another question. But I do see a lot of people just saying crypto's stupid. I was like, crypto's not stupid. Like there's a lot of more fundamental arguments and narratives towards crypto. But the one argument I think those people have, which is unfortunately, what do you say to this? The major argument by Saylor is that crypto is the winner of the debasement trade. Money printing means people go into an asset that's finite and that has sovereignty and that gives you agency that can't be seized by the banks, yada, yada. They're turning on the money printer. Jerome Powell is smiling in your face, telling you he's going to turn on the money printer, and people aren't rotating into Bitcoin. And I think that is where people are getting frustrated with what's going on with this asset. And so I guess we're going to see in 2026 how this ultimately ends up playing out. But I'm not the most excited to get a ton of exposure to the asset right now. Tesla right there, that's, wow, down 2% on a relatively flat. No, everything's going red. Nebius just went down 1.2. Meta's down 0.3. Rocket Lab's down 2. Robinhood's down 0.3. SoFi down 0.8. All right, so we have a little bit more red coming in. ASTS is up. That's a little weird. That's up. Rocket Lab red. Zeta's down 1.16. Zeta had a big day on Friday, though, so it makes sense that's going to give back some of those gains. But you're seeing the growth stocks. Where's Iran? Nebius is down 1.2. Iran's down 1.3, below 40. Santa left the building. Maybe Open Doors down a full 1%. Nvidia, if it flips red, then you're going to see a more meaningful red trend. Micron just went flat. Tesla again down 1.5. What's another high beta name? Hood is not down that much. Palantir is now down 0.29. Not crazy, but Palantir was flat. So you are seeing the algos probably take the high beta names down. Reddit just went red. What about futures? Let me look at the futures. Oh, futures just flipped red. That's why. Okay, futures just went red. Not crazy red. It's like 0.02, nothing crazy. But that means all the other names that were flat just went red at a higher beta than S&P futures went red. And then gold and silver. Gold's red, silver is green. So silver not really cooperating. All the data centers are down now 1% here. Yeah. I'll see if there's a headline. I don't see any crazy headlines, but yeah, we are seeing a little bit of a flip of red on futures. So to wrap up the conversation on Nvidia, I think it's bullish that they bought Groq. It makes a lot of sense. And I mean, I continue to believe that Nvidia is one of the more undervalued names in the market. I don't think they're going to double next year. I don't think they're going to like 8-9 trillion. I think realistically we'll be lucky if we get 250. That's like in a good year. I think if the market's already so afraid of Nvidia right now, and now you've got silver prices going up, that might hurt the overall supply chain of data centers. You've got memory stuff that you got to deal with memory prices increase. There's just so many. This Trump could talk about soybeans tomorrow, and there's just so many things that I think is going to hurt Nvidia from having this monster year. The easy money in Nvidia is gone as well. There's no easy money in Nvidia. The easy money was in April. That money is gone. So I think if you're buying Nvidia now, you're taking definitely more risk than you would be before. Granted, if you believe in the growth, the multiple makes you think the risk to reward is very reasonable. The PEG ratio is under 1. So it's not that crazy, but the sheer size of that company being able to add another couple $1 trillion in a short amount of time just seems unlikely. And so I think if you got Nvidia, you hold on to it, but I think expectations of it, getting really aggressive next year is tough to see. And if that does happen, that means we have a super bull year. If Nvidia goes anywhere near 300, we're blowing past 8,500 on the S&P 500, or at least 82, 8,300. I can't imagine a world where 8% of the S&P goes up essentially 70%, 80%, and the S&P doesn't follow. So I would imagine that takes place, but I'm not expecting that. I think it's realistic to not expect that either. Here is Trump today with Zelensky after his meeting with Putin.
Our meeting was excellent. We covered, somebody would say 95%. I don't know what percent, but we have made a lot of progress on ending that war, which is really certainly the most deadly war since World War II, probably the biggest war since World War II. We'll see if it gets done, but it's very close. Certainly nobody would even have a chance of getting it to where it is right now. Nobody would have thought that was possible. So I just want to say we've done very well. We've had discussions on just about every subject, and that includes with President Putin before. And we went into great detail, and we likewise went into great detail today. And it was an honor to have you at Mar-a-Lago. Our meeting was excellent.
And then here's the other clip.
I saw a very interesting President Putin today. I mean, he wants to see it happen. He wants to see it. He told me very strongly. I believe him. Don't forget, we went through the Russia hoax together. And he'd call me, I'd call him, I'd say, can you believe the stuff that they're making up? And it turned out we were right. They made it all up. And despite that, we didn't get into wars and we didn't get into problems, but we weren't able to trade very much or any of that, which was a shame because, a lot of success could have been had by trading with Russia. They have great land, great minerals and other things, and we have things that they want very badly. But the Russia hoax, which was a terrible made-up fictional thing by Crooked Hillary and by Adam Shifty Schiff and bad people, sick people, they made it up. It was all a made-up hoax, but it kept us really from dealing with Russia, kept Russia dealing, from dealing with us. So,
I mean, hopefully we are going to see some more geopolitical stability going into next year, especially with Russia, Ukraine. The fact that Zelensky was at the White House for this meeting, I thought was important. He was on the phone with Trump and Putin. And, Trump did go through that whole Russia stuff back in his first term with Putin. So, maybe that gives them a little bit of commonality in terms of negotiating just because they've been the subject of a massive story before. But I think at this point, and Zelensky, I think we have a clip of Zelensky. Zelensky also just said he's done with the fighting and he wants to stop the killing. And I think that was the other big things that led to this potential conversation coming into a I guess a conclusion, hopefully. I mean, it feels like it's a conclusion, but we're gonna have to see. We are really gonna have to see. This is did Zelensky say something here? Let me see. I didn't even know he was gonna be there today. Yeah, we don't have the clip of Zelensky talking, but basically the one quote I have from him was, everybody wanted the war ended. I want it to end because I don't want to see so many people dying. So hopefully that happens. Tesla right there, still down 468, 1.4%. Nvidia hasn't flipped red yet, but a lot of other growth stocks have. So it would be surprising or not surprising to see Nvidia flip red. But you do have a lot of growth that is flipping red. All right, so here's the question. Let's put this poll in the chat. And then we got a couple of other final topics that we'll end out the show on. Do you think we get a rug pulled end of year, or do we get a Santa Claus rally? Rug pull or Santa Claus rally? Rug pull or Santa rally end of year? Rug pull, in my opinion, would be back to 680 on the S&P or below 680. That would still be a great year. Just wouldn't be a Santa rally year. Santa rally would be back to 7,000. If you look at, again, some of the historical stats, it really does feel we're going to run. Just like this last week of the year tends to be really freaking good. And I mean, it's hard to deny the seasonality of it, but if not, then I guess we're going to have to see. My guess is I think we get through 7,000 this week. I think we do. Now, if we don't, it's like, all right, it's whatever. And I can easily see like 25 reasons for why we don't. But seasonality tends to be more accurate than not, at least 75% of the time. And so if we're part of that 25%, then we're part of it. But if not, then hopefully we go higher. Now, what would be funny is if we get a rug pull and silver keeps going higher. That would be very funny. But we're going to have to see. MVP says, I feel like this will be a bearish week. No overnight action, which doesn't seem likely on a pump. Yeah, I mean, usually there is more overnight action if we are going to pump the day after. You just get a lot more people excited. And granted, people are probably on vacation and stuff, but you're definitely not seeing the massive amounts of volume coming in. In terms of 2026 updates from a lot of these other players, let's go through a few of them. This is what Wall Street Bets has voted on as the top 10 picks for 2026. You got Amazon at number 1, Rocket Lab at number 2, ASTS at number 3, Google at number 4, Nebius at number 5, Reddit, Poet, SoFi, UiPath, and Micron. So these are your top 10 names from the Wall Street Bets crew in terms of the overall excitement going into next year. I think it's a solid list. It is very Wall Street's Betty, aka Rocket Lab and ASTS and Nebius being in the top 5 is super retail. Amazon and Google, that's whatever. I mean, obviously it's Amazon and Google. I mean, pretty much every investment bank says these are their top 2 picks for next year. So that's not too crazy. Poet, I know with the photovoltaics, that's getting a lot more excitement and that's getting people into it. SoFi, I have built up a meaningful SoFi position at this point. I'm long SoFi. I have not had a real SoFi position over the past couple of years. I'm in it. I think it does well next year. I heard the SoFi Weekly over the weekend, and they were throwing out some pretty crazy price targets. But when you look at the numbers, it's not that crazy to assume SoFi gets closer to potentially $60 by the end of the year. I mean, if you assume they do $1.20 of EPS in Jan 2020 or in fiscal year 2027, if you put the same multiple that they're trading at right now, which is about 50 times, you get at least 45, you get 55 to 60. So I don't know if SoFi is going to get that multiple. If they do, or you're going to get that level of EPS growth, which will command the premium that they have. If they do, I'll be very happy because now I'm in it. I also think S&P inclusion is a big thing. The rate cuts are big. I think the SoFi thesis is simple. And quite frankly, if this thing goes back down to 23, 24, it's a buy the dip. Like it's a bank. A bank will do well when financial conditions are easing. They're growing really fast. So I don't think there's any holes in the SoFi thesis right now. But it's not had that massive breakout. And I think it's coiling up to have the breakout. I don't think that happens without the market breaking out. Like I find it hard to believe SoFi is going to be at 35 and the market's like not up at least a couple percentage points from here. So I think you need a more broad-based rally unless Noto really does something like accelerate the tech platform that has been growing for the past couple of years, something that really the street's not expecting. But I'm in SoFi. And hopefully it's going to be really strong. So those are the top 10 names from the Wall Street Bets crew. Morgan Stanley, here's their top picks. Amazon, Nvidia, Astera Labs, Appian, JFrog, and NASDAQ. These are their top 6 names. A couple of these I don't know too well, like JFrog and Appian. The other 4 I've at least heard of. But they're probably saying NASDAQ because, not like the NASDAQ, the Qs, but like the actual exchange, because there's going to be tons of IPOs. And so the NASDAQ's going to collect a lot of fees on that, which is also really bullish for 2026. I also think those IPOs, though, could be a bit excited. And, you could get some big declines in those IPOs. But nonetheless, there's going to be companies that benefit from that, including all the underwriters, like a Morgan Stanley. So that's why they're excited about this. JFrog, I've never heard about. I don't know what the hell is JFrog. And Appian, I've never heard about as well. Frog stock, year to date, it's up. Dude, what? It's up 118%. What is this shit? There's 1,600 employees. JFrog. Is this a software name? Yeah, it has to be a SaaS name. DevOps Solutions. Wow, you would think this one gets a little bit more press. I've never heard of this name. Market cap on this thing is $8 billion. All right. Well, Morgan Stanley bullish on JFrog. RBC, these are their top picks. Meta, DoorDash, Uber, and Airbnb for consumer internet. Microsoft, Intuit, Salesforce for software. Large cap must-haves, Nvidia and Amazon. I agree with this 100%. I think these are absolute must-haves. I think Amazon more than Meta is a must-have. Maybe it doesn't return as well as Meta, but it also doesn't have the risks that Meta has. So Nvidia and Amazon are likely going to be the biggest Max 7s that I carry into 2026. And so I agree with that. And then infrastructure and supply chain, SNX, and then INGM are their core names going into next year. Wolf Research, their top picks are Micron, FedEx, O'Reilly's Auto Parts, Darden, and Lumentum. Light. Now, Light, we talked about Light last week. This is another name that's up 300%. People are still thinking it's super cheap. I've not dug deep into it, but it's another one of those kind of like hidden GPU plays or AI plays that are going to be really crucial to the supply chain of the overall AI ecosystem, just like Micron was. And this one ended up, going up 200% this year. So that's another one that's exciting. See, now Bitcoin goes to 89,000 and we're saying it's pumping. Like, I just don't get excited about this anymore. It's like, it's hard to be excited about this. Okay, cool. 89,000. Now let's see if there's any juice here. It's like the boy who cried wolf, dude. Every day we get super excited when this thing happens, and then at least within an hour, this thing tanks. And it not really tanks, but just kind of stays flat. Like, it doesn't have to go back to 85,000, but it also doesn't have to really go that much higher. Ethereum at 3,000. See, like, it's getting our hopes up right now. Like, it's really getting our hopes up. It's like, wow, 89.1. It just moved $100 in less than 5 seconds. But how many times is it going to do this before people are just like, okay, this is just Sunday shenanigans at this point. This is not anything real. So I don't know. We have to see what happens. Yeah, I mean, let's at least get to 95 to even be reasonably excited about this. We have some China headlines right here. Let's see. China military planned drills around Taiwan will focus on naval and air combat readiness and control of key points. Taiwan to deploy appropriate forces to answer to China drills. Well, that's not good. Can we all just can they do this in 100 years from now? Because we'll all be gone in 100 years. Can they do this whole thing when we're gone? Like, can they not do this while we're alive? Like, let us live our lives. We'll be out in 100 years. We'll all probably be out in 80 years. Like, we'll be done. Like, do this after. Where I don't want to live on a planet where these guys are fighting back. Because basically the world's over if China actually invades Taiwan. I mean, we're literally living in the movie plot of the apocalypse if China invades Taiwan. I don't think we're getting out of that in an easy way. I think everything goes to shit. And I think China knows that, which is why China hasn't really done it, even though Taiwan knows they're going to do it. So that's not fun to see, but nonetheless. And what is what is the U.S. going to do? Are we really going to defend Taiwan? If we defend Taiwan, we're going to war with China. Those are two nuclear powers that are going to war. That's not the best thing. Now, granted, this headline shouldn't scare people like crazy. I mean, China's always done military drills around Taiwan, and Taiwan has always tried to be strong and act as if they're counteracting those military forces. So, until we get a legit invasion, which I don't think Xi's going to do while Trump is president. Because I think she thinks that Trump is crazy enough to press the red button. And quite frankly, I think Trump is crazy enough to press the red button. And I think Xi knows that. So I think he's going to wait until someone's in charge of the country that isn't crazy enough. So maybe we avoid it, but hopefully it doesn't become that big of a deal. That's a little too close. This is how it is. This is how, Taiwan is not some massive country. So this plot of land is where freaking TSMC is essentially responsible for literally all of our gains over the past 3 years. If you have anything that is related to AI, it's partly, I mean, I would say at least 50% of that is due to TSMC. I mean, quite frankly, it's more than 50%. Without TSMC, there is no Nvidia. Without Nvidia, there is no LLMs. Without LLMs, there isn't any productivity gains. Without productivity gains, you don't have the S&P multiple get to its highest level in 20 years. So we kind of can't have Taiwan get invaded. That would not be the best thing, but yeah, hopefully that's like not that big of a deal. In terms of Bitcoin and Ethereum, yeah, I mean, again, Ethereum got to 3,011. It's at 3,005. Bitcoin got to 89.1. Now it's at 89.15. Nothing too crazy. We got to see some real rotation to get excited about these, and maybe we see it. But if we get this back and forth, at this point, it's a trader's paradise. I mean, the people that have been able to recognize the patterns, they must be making a killing just trading it up and down. Now, the people that are going on leverage are probably getting liquidated back and forth if they're not timing it right. But if you're trading it and you're patient enough, it's giving you pretty decent exits and entries into these assets. So that's what we got. That's what we got. Silver and Nvidia. Oh, by the way, silver is now worth more than Nvidia in market cap. That happened today as well. Now, it might be down a little bit from that. It was at 4.67, and Nvidia was at 4.63. But given it fell 3% right when I went live, it's probably back below. But I mean, the fact that it's neck and neck with Nvidia, freaking silver, it's got to be crazy, right? That's got to be freaking crazy. This was as of Friday. Let me show the global ranking of all assets. Gold is still number one at 31 trillion. I mean, dude, Bitcoin's barely at 2 trillion in terms of market cap. So you have gold at 31, Nvidia at 4.63, silver at 4.3. That's higher than that is now. Apple's at 4, Google's at 3.8. Bitcoin's at 1.7. 1.7. So you got Amazon, Microsoft, Google, Apple, silver, Nvidia, and gold. Now, again, I think a lot of people are thinking gold and silver come down, Bitcoin comes up. I don't think that's crazy to imagine for 2026. It's just, is that rotation going to take place, or have gold and silver officially taken a life of their own and they're going to normalize these levels? That is what we're going to have to see. BMNR doesn't really trade overnight. So for those asking for BMNR prices, I'm seeing 28.10 on Robinhood. I don't know why they don't allow it. BMNR would be massively traded overnight, so I don't know why they don't allow it to trade overnight. But yeah, it doesn't really trade overnight. That's what we got. That is what we got. Nikki says we're gonna have another 2022 next year because this year ended just like 2021. I can't say that is a crazy thing to claim, especially because, just going back to this, midterm years suck. They suck so bad. Midterm years are not fun years. If you take a look at this chart right here, every time, like you see, pre-election year, decent. Inaugural year, decent. Election year, really good. Midterm year, from peak to trough, it's the worst in the 4-year cycle. Now, that doesn't mean we have to end out red. But that does mean, and this is where, now that I'm like going deeper into all these analysts and their targets for the S&P, a lot of them are saying the same shit Tom Lee said, which is we're going to go up a lot, then we're going to go down a lot, then we're going to recover. And I think they're saying that because they're looking at the historical arguments around midterm years, and they're saying it's undeniable that there's going to be some pretty epic drawdown. We don't know when or why. We don't know how, but it likely happens. And so all of them are still pretty bullish, but they're all assuming there's going to be some peak to trough decline. And in 2022, it ended up lasting the entire year. Now, again, in 2022, we were raising rates, not cutting rates, which is a big difference. But you also have some people saying, wait a second, if the economy is growing at 4%, which we came in at 4.3% last week, and inflation's relatively tame, and so is the labor market's not like disgusting right now. I mean, it's bad, but it's not like 350,000 jobless claims a week. We're at 224. Why do we need to cut rates? You got a lot of people saying, well, wait a second, what's the point of a rate cut? And if we see any level of inflation going higher, and you start getting people thinking about elongated pause or a hike, that brings up vibes of 2022. And so I think we really got to keep an eye on inflation going into next year. But more importantly, we have to keep an eye on, is the economy doing well, which is a good thing, right? Like if people have jobs, if the dollar tree is putting up earnings beats, and if the labor market is not being decimated and GDP is growing the way that it's growing, then we might not have to cut rates. But that also means stock prices should not have to meaningfully decline either. But one thing that would really help asset prices is if we cut rates. And so that's what I'm saying. 2026 is just going to be more choppy. There's a lot of more nuance to trying to figure out what the hell is going to happen next year. I don't think it's as cookie cutter as the past 3 years. Like 2023 was pretty simple. Like, I don't think all of us knew October 2022 was the bottom, but I mean, Palantir at $6. It felt like we got to be closer to the bottom than not. And so you went long 23. 24, it's like, all right, ChatGPT just came out. We continue going long. And 25, it's like, all right, Trump's in, Republicans are going to slash the regulations, yada, 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 go long. Like every year you had a basic 2-word thesis on why I'm long. Now, we didn't know the whole Liberation Day was happening, speaking of 2 words and that kind of, but still, that you go long. You buy the 2026, what are the 2 words to stay long? Fed easing, AI trade? I mean, maybe, but there's just so many more complications to those words that I don't think existed in the same way over the past 3 years. And that's the difference here. But that also doesn't mean you go short. Like, again, getting out of this market is, maybe you're not as exposed as you were. You take some profits, you trim it, but getting out of the market, going net short, calling for a 20% drawdown, like, I think that's being overly arrogant, and that's denying all of the earnings growth that was, which at the end of if stocks are following earnings growth, and earnings growth is projected at 14%, I mean, Morgan Stanley has it at freaking 17% next year. If we get anywhere near that, market's going to be higher. It might not be 20% higher, but it's going to be higher. And then it becomes a stock picker's market. Just like this year was a stock picker's market as well. Yeah, I don't think we get a 50% drawdown. I think that would be aggressive. And if we do get a 50, I mean, a lot of these stocks would be down a lot more than 50% if the S&P fell 50%. A lot of these stocks would just straight up be down like 70 to 80%. Those would be very attractive opportunities if their earnings growth has not changed. But again, even the stocks that are trading at like really aggressive multiples, you have to ask yourself, what is changing in the economy next year that is going to ruin their growth prospects? Because their multiples can compress for a whole host of reasons. But their multiples compressing because their growth is slowing down has not been the case. Like Rocket Lab has not slowed down growth. Robinhood has not slowed down growth. Palantir has not slowed down growth. Now, some of those stocks, I think, like a Robinhood, just are a bit more cyclical, and they can get some growth slowdowns next year, which is very reasonable to imagine that compressing their multiples. But I don't think Palantir's growth is slowing down next year. I don't think Rocket Lab's growth is slowing down next year. So if those growth rates are not slowing down because they're less contingent on the whims of the market, like a Robinhood and Coinbase, their multiples are still pretty aggressive. Those could get compressed, but does the growth going down warrant the multiple compression? No, because I think Palantir's still going to compound at 60%. I think Rocket Lab's still going to grow at 30% next year. Yeah, Neutron. That's another reason why Rocket Lab also has a bunch of tailwinds since next year. Amid bear and bull fighting with themselves. That's literally what I'm doing, right? This is what I do in my head, bro. This is what I do. This is that. I'm just doing it now in front of everybody. It's literally trying to like see both perspectives, just go back and forth, argue with myself, and then try to come to a conclusion. And my conclusion is stay long. I do think having some hedges on positions that are making you uncomfortable, given how overweight you might be, is not a bad idea. You don't have to just take Ozempic if you're overweight. You can hedge. And I think that's a way to at least sleep well at night if we deal with a massive drawdown. And Bitcoin loses 89,000, of course. Who would have thought? 89.2 down to 89.9, $300 candle to the downside. Why not? Why freaking not? There you go. a mid long and a mid short are having conversations. Dude, it's literally like two of them on, well, the long is on the right side of my shoulder. The short is on the left-hand side. And they're both just going back and forth with each other. That's what they're doing. All right, so let's end it off with some Q&A because I think there's a bunch of questions in the chat as I was arguing with myself that I probably missed. So we'll do like 10, 15 minutes of Q&A, and then we'll be done for the day. I'll be back tomorrow on the market open. Normal schedule as always tomorrow. Market open, market close. We got 4 days of the market this week. Thursday, we have New Year's Day, so the market's closed. I will be live with Steve on New Year's Eve, and we'll be doing like 2026 predictions and awards. So for those that are not doing anything on New Year's Eve, we'll be here, and we'll get some drinks, and we'll make it a fun night. But that's pretty much the plan for this week. Are we gonna get into Anduril? I was talking about this since I think a lot of these IPOs are getting way too much hype. Anduril is going to be a defense contractor with probably bad margins. It's not a software company. They use software, which is why they're more efficient than like a Lockheed or a Raytheon, but they're not going to have good margins. They're probably not going to be profitable. And outside of my moral desire to like support Palmer Luckey and what they're doing to defend the West, as an investment, like I don't know, like I'm not excited for that, not at all. I think, but there's going to be a lot of exit liquidity that happens on Anduril, SpaceX, etc. Because retail is like, oh my goodness, I get to own these companies. It's like, okay, but these companies, like, are they really worth owning at these valuations? That's the question. Same thing with Stripe. Like, if Stripe tries to IPO at like 200 billion or 150 billion, I'm like, dude, I'm not paying that for Stripe. Like, no. So I'm not excited for any IPO next year. I think there's plenty of other opportunities in the market versus having to claw your way into an IPO. That's probably going to go up immediately before you even have a chance to buy it. So yeah, the IPO is not that exciting to me. When is the next market crash? My heart can't take it. Dude, if I knew, I would let you guys know, and I would load up on some shorts, but I don't know. Now, again, this goes back to hedging. If you really think it's going to happen and you can't sleep at night, buy some puts on the S&P. Very simple. It's not going to protect the majority of the portfolio based on how you position size it, especially if it's like, if your portfolio is 100 grand and you buy 5,000 of super far out of the money puts. I don't know if those puts are going to 20x on you. It's unlikely, but those puts will at least help burden the pain if we actually do get this. If you buy $6,000 puts expiring next year and we actually do get from 6,900 to 6,000, I don't know what the math on that looks like compared to the other stocks in your portfolio, but it will help shoulder some of the pain. So it's not crazy to buy a little bit of protection if you're super scared. But again, I don't think there's a reason to be super scared. There's a reason to be cautious and like really acute on understanding the dynamics that are happening across the entire market. But being scared, given the true broader trends of easing and AI, it feels like you're just denying everything that's happening in front of you in the macro and in earnings growth, which isn't, I don't know, just logically looking at the data, it doesn't seem like it makes sense going into next year. Is Amazon a good trade for 2026? Yes, I think Amazon's strong. I think it makes a lot of sense for Amazon to do what we think it's going to do, which is pull a Google and probably get closer to 300. Simple Amazon thesis: operating margins need to go up. AWS needs to continue accelerating. They already told us AWS is accelerating the fastest since 2022. Now, if the op margins go up, I think that's your simple story. And so I don't know if it's going to make as quick of a move as Google. Google also got Berkshire to get, Google had a lot of catalysts, but I do think we're looking at least 270, 280 by the end of next year. And so that's more exciting to me. Any interest in Tesla given autonomous and Optimus? I think the problem with Tesla right now is the multiple they trade at is very aggressive. And so until they ramp up and give some hardline proof to the street that like robotaxis are scaling, Optimus is scaling, which we haven't gotten anything from Optimus last year. And maybe it's because Tesla's keeping it low key, but it's not just Tesla. I'm invested in 2 other robotics companies privately, and they haven't shown much progress either. So I think it's the entire industry is realizing this thing is harder than they thought. And so I don't know if Optimus can, from a sum of the parts valuation, give you a healthy premium right now because there's just nothing there, like in a meaningful way. And so, no, I'm not buying Tesla here. But for the Tesla that I do own, and for the people that own shares from 200, 300, last time I bought was 335, I think you hold on. I don't think this thing has to go back down to 335. I just don't know if like 460 is the dip that gets you super excited from 490. Feels like retail is a heavy cloud over them due to crypto weakness and silver becoming the new revenge trade. Yes, I would agree with that. I definitely think that there is an argument that retail sentiment has been hit in a pretty ugly way as Bitcoin takes another $400 tumble. I mean, like it's hyped up a lot of people, and it's just given. I mean, MicroStrategy is the worst of it. BMNR I know was bad, but MSTR is like a legit cult. BMNR's cult was created in the past 5 months. MSTR has been long and strong for the past 5 years, and this thing's down 70% this year. So it's one of those things where you got to just trust that Bitcoin eventually will come back. And you have a lot of people that instead of holding gold or silver, they went into MSTR and it just didn't work. So the question becomes, will that sentiment change going into next year? And that really, I think, is a macro question about crypto more than anything else. Have you tried 14.2? Yes, I use it every day. I love it. My dad has on the free trial and he's thinking of buying it. It's kind of crazy, right? Like my dad was never against FSD, but he had the full month for the past month of December. And I was like, do you want to buy it? And he hasn't given me the yes yet, but he's like warming up to it because he's like, now every day when he drives for 40 minutes, he can just sit back and it's a game changer. It's a full game changer. So I think I just want to buy it for him and let him use it for a long time because I can already tell how much he likes it. And so it will change everyone's mind and it will work in a meaningful way, but it's got to scale. And until it scales, you're just going to have negative earnings growth. I mean, Tesla earnings is down 70% over the past 5 years. So the street's giving them this multiple because they really believe that this is going to happen. But I think evidence needs to happen over the next, call it 12 months for that multiple to continue expanding. But it is making a absolute killing in terms of once you get a free trial, it's hard to live without it. And my dad's free trial ends like tomorrow. So I wonder if he really says, no, let me just buy it and let me get access to it. Would you sell in the money calls on BMNR? Yes. I don't think that's a horrible strategy either. I think if you're scared of BMNR, one way to hedge is sell deep in the money calls for 1 year out. And at least you break even if your cost basis is closer to like 40, 45 bucks if it gets there. Because now BMNR, for it to make a move to 45, like let's assume you're in at 45, stock would have to move 60% from $28. That's a hell of a move. And for people saying, well, crypto's crazy, it could happen. It's like, yeah, it could. But like, it also has to happen. That means Ethereum's got to get closer to what, 3,800, which even that is a pretty big move from these levels. That's about a 30% move on Ethereum. So I don't know. I think breaking even on it, even through selling the in the money calls, is not that crazy. Or just selling at the money every single month, collecting the premium, reducing your cost basis. And the question is, will we get a great opportunity to DCA into BMNR, or are we just going to get a so-and-so opportunity? They are staking now, which is good. That should be generating them $300 to $400 million. Should be, I think if it's paid out in ETH, it reduces the necessity for them to dilute shareholders because they're not going to have to issue as many shares because they will be getting essentially free ETH from the staking. So the staking is good, but at the end of the day, ETH's got to go up. The staking is not going to be the end all be all for why people get excited about BMNR. How much is it? FSD is 100 a month. It's either 8,000 in general or 100 a month. And I think for my dad, I still pay 100 a month. I should just buy it, but I don't know. I'm just paying the $100 a month. So I think I'm just going to do that for him as well. What else do we have here? Did you hear about all the stuff in Minnesota? Yes, there's been a massive viral video over the weekend. I'm sure plenty of you guys have seen it by an independent content creator / journalist. And he found out some pretty interesting things that are going on in the state of Minnesota. I think Tim Waltz is going to have a lot of questions that he's going to have to answer. But this video, which I'll link in the chat, has at this point 100 million views, 99 million It's essentially this kid, 23-year-old kid, going into these daycares in Minnesota that get a ton of money from taxpayers and basically asking, hey, is this shit real? Like, are there even any kids here? Like, I have a kid. Can I sign up my kid for the daycare? It's supposed to be a daycare that's funded by the state, so anyone should be able to sign up for it. And what he finds is, I mean, it's 42 minutes. I would recommend watching it. The level of corruption that we haven't heard a rebuttal from Minnesota on this, so I'd wait to hear their rebuttal. But there's a reason this thing has 99.3 million views. I mean, people are infuriated by what's happening here. And so, you know, it goes to show why Elon tried Doge and why he got so much pushback. It's just, you know, this goes back to my broader macro thesis around politicians and caring about politics. It's like none of the politicians care about you. None of them. They don't care about you. They just don't. Ilhan Omar has a net worth of $30 million from the great state of Minnesota. Does that make sense for her to be complaining as much about capitalism and business and the billionaires, and she's worth 30 million? Like, we're not talking about 300,000. We're not even talking about 3 million. We're talking about $30 million. Like, the politicians say that they hate everything that's going on in regards to capitalism, the rich, the elite, and then they figure out how to get their own money because everyone is going to get theirs. Everyone is going to get their money. That's what everyone cares about. Everyone cares about their own money. That's what everyone cares about. They care about getting rich, even if they say they don't. And the people that say they don't usually are just coping because everyone wants to be rich. Now, that does not mean money should define your life. I don't let money define my life. Quite frankly, I don't care about money outside of the things that I can do for my family. I don't need to buy a Lambo or a Rolex. I don't give a shit about that stuff. But everyone wants more financial mobility. And so when you see a politician saying you're a horrible person for caring about investing in the markets and capitalism, and then they have a multi-million-dollar net, and Pelosi's worth 300 million. Like, you start realizing the politicians don't care. This guy, Bernie Sanders, who went off on AI over the weekend, he's worth 10 million. He just got a $2 million big book deal. They all care. He has 3 houses. Why do you need 3 houses? Well, it's because he wants to spend his money, because they all care about money, no matter how much they tell you that they care about poverty or helping poor people.
Yeah, well, I think one of the things I think we need to do, and right now, among many other things, we're seeing data centers sprouting all over the country, raising electric bills for people in the communities, et cetera. I think we need to be thinking seriously about a moratorium on these data centers. Frankly, I think you got to slow this process down. It's not good enough for the oligarchs to tell us it's coming, you adapt. What are they talking about? They're going to guarantee health care to all people? What are they going to do when people have no jobs? What are they going to do? Make housing free? So I think we need to take a deep breath, and I think we need to slow this thing down. One way to do it would probably be a moratorium on data centers.
Let's slow down the thing that has contributed 50% of GDP growth in the past 3 years. Because Elon, Sundar, Nadella, Sam Altman's, their net worth has gone up by a lot more than 50%. So they're the evil ones. But the 50% of overall economic GDP growth, let's just ignore all of that, because the people that were at the forefront of that CapEx revolution ended up benefiting the most from it. Because of course they would. They took the risk. They're the ones spending all the money. They are the ones that own the most shares inside of their companies that are spending all this money on CapEx, and the street has been rewarding all of the CapEx. So you have a fundamental disconnect behind how Bernie or any of these politicians are thinking about this stuff. And they want you to believe that they care so much about taxing the rich, which was a whole other conversation of the weekend we'll talk about with what California's doing. And then when they're asked, hey, what about you being rich? This is the best response that they possibly could give you.
Residences. Yeah, I do. I live here in Burlington, Vermont. We live in a middle-class neighborhood, nice house. Guess what? I'm a United States Senator, and I own a home in Washington, D.C., as do most senators. You know, you live there year after year. When I first went to, actually, when I was in Congress for 16 years, I rented all the time. But I got elected. Okay, got a 6-year term. You know what? Let's buy a house. So we bought a house. And guess what? Like many thousands of people in the state of Vermont, I have a summer camp. It's a nice one on Lake Champlain. That's it. Now, how did I get the money? You're right. I wrote 2 best-selling books, including this book on capitalism. It was New York Times bestseller for a while.
How I wrote a book on capitalism while I'm talking about the 3 houses. Last time I checked, Bernie is one person, and I think he has a wife. You don't need 3 different places to live if you're 2 people. But I'm writing a book on capitalism to explain why it's so bad. At the same time, getting a $2 million book advance on that book, Critiquing Capitalism, and then using that money to go buy multiple more houses, contributing to the capitalist economy while telling everybody the billionaires hate you and that you should think being rich is a sin. It is laughable, which is why you cannot take any of these politicians seriously, whether it's a Republican or Democrat. They don't care about you. They care about themselves, which means you have to care about yourself as well. In fact, I would say it's an ethical obligation you have to yourself to care more about yourself versus what the politicians say.
And also another book was a youth book. And I make, I don't know, $175,000 a year. And that's more or less how I became the zillionaire that I am.
Well, I should also mention that sometimes the word mansion is used, and I think your residences are quite modest, at least
They're
from my
normal
perspective.
houses in Rome. They're not, they're middle class.
Everyone in Vermont has a lake house. What are you talking about, bro? This is the stuff I actually get passionate about because I think it's absolute garbage. And this, I don't get too political, but I don't even think this is political. This is just this is actually not picking a political side. This is saying very simply, none of these parties care about you. They don't. You're bashing on a guy who's only worth 10 million. How can you possibly say only worth 10 million? Because that is where you get into some real authoritarian shit. Because if he was worth 20 million, do we draw the line? At that point, is 20 million too much? Hey, by the way, I don't think you need more than 5 million. Realistically, you could live off a couple 100,000 per year. So when we say only 10 million, you are inserting a subjective bias of saying 10 million is not really super rich, but it's not super poor. Last time I checked, 10 million is a hell of a lot of money. And so then we get to the question of, Elon's not allowed to be worth more than 10 million because only 10 million is the bright line. Well, if that's the bright line, that means we have to seize all of Elon's wealth above 10 million. That makes no sense. That's actually pretty stupid because Elon's created a lot more wealth along with these other tech billionaires than $10 million. So my point is, anyone trying to justify that by saying, he's old. Okay, he's old. That's fine. You can be old and work your entire lifetime and still not make. There's a lot of old people. Let me tell you something. Bernie's 80? My dad's 60. My dad, when he turns 80, so it's about 20 more years, he's not going to be worth 10 million. I can tell you right now. My dad is not going to be worth $10 million. I just realistically, I don't think my dad is going to be able to do anything in the next 20 years to be worth $10 freaking million. That's not going to happen. So the idea that he's old and he deserves it, I agree with that philosophically. But I agree that Elon also deserves to be worth $1 trillion if he works for it. But then you have people saying, or he's old. That you have these nonsense excuses that are they're fundamentally rooted in subjectivity. And this is not political. This is just logical. Because if your bright line is at 10 million, then okay, so everything above 10 million is too much. It's that sounds pretty authoritarian at that point. That 10 million and $1 becomes the basis for us to fundamentally say everyone is too rich. And that's why you have idiots like Ro Khanna. And I say he's an idiot, not because he's a Democrat. I say he's an idiot because this policy is absolutely stupid, saying that we need to have a billionaire tax and completely get rid of 1 to 4% of unrealized gains on billionaires in the state of California. And he is getting a lot of pushback on this over the weekend. And he's trying to fight with all the other billionaires that are going back against him because he doesn't really have an argument. He's citing all these stats about how, this could raise so much money and this could do this and this could do that. The problem is you're taking money from people where money doesn't exist. Peter Thiel is worth $27 billion, a lot of that from Palantir. It's not liquid. Peter Thiel would have to sell that Palantir to get that liquidity. And so now California is saying, hey, what if we just go and take it from you? And that could fund a lot of our issues. Meanwhile, at the same time, California has a host of different controversies in their budget system, a lot of similar stuff to what's going on in Minnesota, with deficits from poor capital allocation. And that's how you empty your state of wealthy people. So again, it's really not political. This is just math. This is pure math. I think a lot of times Trump saying a 50-year mortgage is stupid. That's dumb. That's just a dumb, not because Trump's a Republican.
And I think the sort of what do you call it? The tribal nature of us tends to come out when someone critiques someone on the left or right and says something negative as, oh, you hate Trump, or oh, you hate the Democrats. It's like, no, a 50-year mortgage is just stupid. And Trump suggesting that and he realized it was stupid pretty quick. Have they talked about a 50-year mortgage in the past 2 months? No, because it was stupid. So the policy is stupid because the math on the policy makes no sense. The policy, from what Ro Khanna is saying, around, let's take 1 to 4% of wealth from people that don't even have that money. I mean, he's literally advocating it's essentially you're going to have to figure out how to sell the painting that's in your house to be able to pay back the money. Which, look, if you think billionaires shouldn't be allowed to have a $50 million painting or whatever, that's fine. You can feel like that. But that is a moral claim. That is not a mathematical claim on how they're going to have to be able to get liquid enough to then be able to pay those taxes to the government. It's not easy. And it also doesn't make a lot of sense. So, look, I think the reason this conversation is important is because a lot of it goes into what's going to happen in 2026, which is there's going to be especially because we're getting into the midterms, which again is why the stock market tends to get hit so much. The fighting back and forth between Democrats and Republicans, as Bitcoin recaptures 89,000, is going to be around this concept of affordability. And you have some section of the American public that believe that no, Peter Thiel, Elon, they don't deserve to be worth this much money. They are agreeing with taking 1 to 5%. I mean, if you only take a couple billion from them and they have 100 billion left, what's the issue? And that side of the country, which I think are just fundamentally thinking in a nonsensical way, just like a lot of right-wing people think of a lot of nonsensical, idiotic things as well, they're going to be in contradiction with each other and they're going to be clashing pretty heavily. And the question is going to become which one has the ability to overcome in the midterms. And if the Republicans don't win the affordability argument, we're going to have a split Congress. And I don't know what that means for the market, but it definitely means there's going to be a little bit more gridlock than expected. 1 billion is so much more than 10 million. You're right. 1 billion is a lot more than 10 million. But let's say we cap wealth at 1 billion. Then, I mean, look, it doesn't make things that much better. It doesn't make things that much better if we cap wealth at 1 billion. I mean, this is just like, imagine if someone, so right now, let's say your portfolio, let's say someone in the chat has a portfolio of $3 million. $3 million is a lot of money. You probably don't need $3 million. I mean, realistically, you don't need $3 million. Just like you don't really need $150,000 either. It's all relative when we look at other parts of the world. And if you're making $40,000 a year in this country, you are in the top 1% of the entire planet. This is such a simple thing to understand. You don't need that much money. You want more money because you want to have a better life. So 3 million is a lot less than 3 billion, but the philosophical principle is the same. I was telling this to my sister the other day. We were having this conversation and she was like, well, billionaires don't need that much money. I was like, yeah, but you don't need to Uber Eats. You don't need to do that. You can go and get but you're engaging in Uber Eats and you're paying this extra fee. Just like, so if a billionaire takes a private jet, you're like, oh, that's so crazy. He's on a private jet. He's hurting the environment. I'm like, well, you don't need to Uber Eats, but it's so convenient for you to pay $3, $4 of a fee so that you can stay at home and someone can bring you your food. Just like it's really convenient for a billionaire to pay $50,000 to go from XYZ state to other XYZ state. And it's super convenient for them because $50,000 is basically $3, $4 to you. It's the same thing. It's the exact same thing. It's just a different manifestation of that principle, which is you want convenience. And so should we ban you from doing Uber Eats then? Because that convenience is way too much and it's propagating the $200 billion enterprise that is Uber? No, like people like Uber Eats, people like Amazon Prime. That's why Amazon and Uber are worth so much money. And my fear is that in this country, you have a lot of people that don't understand that basic argument that Uber's stock price is a reflection of their stock, of their company putting up valuable products and services that people want to patronize because they get value from it, which is why the founder of Uber deserves to get a lion's share of the market capitalization because he started the damn company. That's why Bezos is worth what he's worth. And you can either be jealous about it and listen to Bernie and get mad about him complaining about Bezos being rich, or you can be like, well, maybe I'm not going to be worth 200 billion, but I do want to be worth 2 million one day. And maybe I can participate in what Bezos did by buying some Amazon stock and give it 10 years. And maybe that stock ends up doing pretty well. And I'm making a lot of money because of essentially sitting on my ass and doing nothing. and just letting Bezos go to work. So that's the rant of the night. 2026, we need the actual rant intro. We need the actual rant intro. Dude, honestly, like, again, I don't go on those types of rants, but when it comes to this topic, it gets me so fired up because it does not make sense for people to have these arbitrary subjective limits in their head and then get mad when someone who achieves so much success ends up being worth a lot of money. Because imagine if someone came into your portfolio and said, you don't need to have these many thousands of shares of Nvidia. You only need 1,000 shares. You don't need to have 7,000 shares, even though you bought them when they were freaking $2 a piece in 2016. It's like, you don't need that many shares. Like, who the hell are you to tell me I don't need? I'm the one who took the risk in 2016, which I know there's a decent chunk of you in the chat who bought Nvidia 10 years ago. Shout out to Louis if he's in the chat. He bought 100,000 shares of Nvidia, $2 average. He was showing, I told you guys a story, but he was showing me these text messages of him texting his mom and his dad and his girlfriend in 2016. And he was like, guys, this is like, I know I sound crazy, but this is the thing. This is like, you need to put money into this. And he's sitting on a massive return right now because he took the risk of doing all the research. So someone now gets to arbitrarily say, you don't deserve to have that many shares of Nvidia because our mismanagement of it's not that when he sells it, he hasn't sold his Nvidia yet, but when he sells it, he's going to pay a hefty amount of taxes. So that money will be taxed. The idea that it's going to be taxed before he's even liquidated it, which is what the California billionaire tax is suggesting. I don't know. I think that's just crazy. Because I try to think if I'm in that situation, like forget being a billionaire, but just someone who's worth a significant amount of money, and then someone voluntarily just comes in and rips out my money and I have no say over it. Which is why a lot of these guys are getting ready to leave. And I don't think this bill gets passed, but if it does, hello, Miami, they're out. Or even New York. Because New York's hopefully smart enough to not do this stupid shit. Now, is there massive wealth inequality? Yes. And we need to do something about the wealth inequality. I'm not one saying that the free market will solve all the issues. That's never been my take. I'm not an Ayn Rand libertarian that says, just let the market figure out all the issues. Obviously, you need government intervention in certain areas to like make this more efficient. But this shit's not efficient. This is just driving out all the capital that has worked so hard to find a home in California. And it'll go somewhere else. I mean, there's time and time again, we've seen this story play out. And this could easily happen again. Let's go back to Bernie and see some of the other stuff he said about AI. And then we'll keep going from there.
Zuckerberg, Bezos, Peter Thiel, multi-billionaires are pouring hundreds of billions of dollars into implementing and developing this technology. What is their motive? Do you think they're staying up nights worrying about working people and how this technology will impact those people? They are not. They are doing it to get richer and even more powerful. That's issue number one. Who is pushing this technology? What does that mean for all of us? Number two, economically. This is what Elon Musk, putting hundreds of billions of dollars into the technology, says, quote, AI and robots will replace all jobs. Working will be optional, end quote. Bill Gates, hundreds of billions of dollars into this technology, quote, humans won't be needed for most things. Well, I got a simple question. If there are no jobs and humans won't be needed for most things, how do people get an income to feed their families, to get health care, or to pay the rent? There's not been one serious word of discussion in the Congress about that reality. Issue number three. Studies out there tell us what we all know to be true. Young people now are spending an enormous amount of time with AI. There are kids who are now getting most of their emotional support from AI.
Yeah.
If this trend continues, what does it mean over the years when people are not getting their support, their interaction from other human beings, but from a machine? What does that mean to humanity? And maybe last but not least, I did a symposium at Georgetown with Jeffrey Hinton, who is considered to be the godfather, Nobel Prize winner of AI. He thinks that AI is soon going to be smarter than human beings. So the science fiction fear of AI running the world is not quite so outrageous a concept as people may have thought it was. Those are some of the issues that are out there.
On the subject of the replacement of millions of jobs, I want to play something that the CEO of Google, Sundar Pichai, said last month about that topic.
AI is the most profound technology humanity is ever working on, and it has potential for extraordinary benefits, and we will have to work through societal disruptions. It will create new opportunities. It will evolve and transition certain jobs, right? And people will need to adapt.
You know, the way he talks about it, this is happening, and we humanity need to figure out how to adapt to it.
Right, while they make huge amounts of money.
Yeah.
Well, I think one of the things I think we need to do, and right now, among many other things, we're seeing data centers sprouting all over the country, raising electric bills for people in the communities, et cetera. I think we need to be thinking seriously about a moratorium on these data centers. Frankly, I think you got to slow this process down. It's not good enough for the oligarchs to tell us it's coming, you adapt. What are they talking about? They're going to guarantee healthcare to all people? What are they going to do when people have no jobs? What are they going to do? Make housing free? So I think we need to take a deep breath, and I think we need to slow this thing down. One way to do it would probably be a moratorium on data centers.
The CEOs would no doubt say you would be stifling entrepreneurship and innovation.
Well, I look at it a little bit differently. And I think as a nation, as a world, we have got to do it. Is technology bad? Of course it's not. There are good aspects, bad aspects. The function of technology must be to improve life for human beings, not make Musk and Zuckerberg and Bezos even richer than they are. So let us work together to say, okay, if technology is going to radically improve worker productivity, are we going to reduce the work week substantially, making sure that workers continue to get the same pay?
Right.
If workers are thrown out on the street, how are they going to have health care? Obviously, let's guarantee health care to all people as a human right, etc.
So you talked about a moratorium.
So again, the argument here essentially becomes that we have to stop progress until we figure out how we're going to navigate the implications of that progress. Now, the implications of that progress, we've talked about on this channel many, many times, which is the concept of the labor market, layoffs, what it's going to do to the job market, et cetera. And that's where you might have to have the government come in and really say, hey, there needs to be some fundamental changes that are going to take place here. But the idea of just taking everything from the people that are leading this revolution and or stopping the revolution from even happening, it does not make a lot of sense. And quite frankly, it is going to do exactly what it is intended to do. It's stifle innovation from being a thing. And the worst part about this is that the Chinese don't care. The Chinese are moving forward. I mean, you already have a lot of reports coming out that the open source models are better than GPT and Anthropic, and the open source models are costing 1/10 per token that the closed source models do. So, and then from a military aspect, if their models are simply better than ours, then you bring up the conversation of Taiwan. Like it gets really, really dark to think the United States is not the leader in AI. It's also really dark to think millions and millions of people lose their jobs. And so there has to be nuances to these conversations. Unfortunately, from both sides of the political angle, you're not getting any nuance. You're just getting a blanket solution, which is not rooted in reality because they don't even have the research capabilities to understand what's actually happening in reality. AKA 50% of GDP growth is because of these data centers, which is what's even held job growth and the economy stable for the past 3 years. Otherwise, there would be no good economy in the end of the Biden years, which ended up being a good 4-year cycle for the broader economy, at least from the stock market's perspective, and from job growth, given we were rebounding from COVID, and also to the first year of the Trump economy, as the S&P 500 is probably going to close out about 20%. So again, I think there's just a lot of nuance. And the reason we got to this conversation in the first place is because my perspective on this is very simple. The politicians don't care about you. You've got to care about yourself. And assuming Bernie, AOC, or Trump is going to save you, I think it's just a losing proposition. But I think that's the reason why we study the markets and we care about the markets, because we have to take our life into our own hands if you know that in all likelihood, the politicians are not going to be on your side. By the way, Robinhood did not give my gift yet. I see a lot of you guys got a couple dollars of Ethereum. I did not get my gift yet. It's probably just going to be some ETH. I mean, it'd be nice to get an actual prize, but probably just ETH. All right. Those are my thoughts. So we spent like 30 minutes on that topic. Remind me never to talk about Bernie Sanders again. Goodness gracious. That freaking took us into a whirlwind of a conversation. But the takeaway is the politicians don't care about you. Simple. You got to care about yourself when it comes to this stuff. Rant about women's rights now. Am I sweating? Yeah, I am. Yo, I'm legit. Oh, I am sweating, dude. Holy crap. I am wearing a sweater underneath the hoodie because it was cold today. So I think that's more to do, but I did get pretty passionate. So that's probably causing it as well. Futures, yeah, we're still flat. We're not doing, I mean, Bitcoin 89.1. It was just at 89.3. We got to stop being so obsessed over Bitcoin at the end. We're going to still be obsessed over Bitcoin at the end because it is what it is. But until this thing really shows some signs of life, it's in the gutter right now. And it's okay. Maybe this is the consolidated coiling up move before it breaks out. But for now, I don't think we're going to see that much more momentum. You need to watch some Grey's to cool off. Dude, did anyone take my advice last night? Did anyone actually watch an episode of Grey's Anatomy? Did people watch it? I feel like it is the show. What do you think about Iran? Well, the biggest advocate of Iran on X has been tweeting and then deleting his tweets precipitously. He's been doing this for a while, but he did it over the weekend. He said he was short silver. Then he said he made money off of his short. Then silver went up. So everyone was like, how the hell did you make money off this? It makes no sense. He's talking about he's making hundreds of thousands of dollars. It's like, no, you're not. And so people are really starting to realize that some of these people on the platform, you know, they aren't necessarily the people that you want to follow as aggressively. I'll just say it like that. And given he's so closely associated with the company, I think you're getting a lot of people saying, what the hell's going on with this company? Because this guy was advocating to buy this thing at $80. It's down heavily from 80. And he keeps tweeting that he's having phone calls with all these executives that are telling him the stock's going to go higher. And it's just like, is this even legal to put out publicly? So I think you got a lot of people. I think Iran, forget the data center portion of Iran. Iran has a PR issue right now. And I don't think that's realistically going to matter that much, but you do have a lot of people questioning who the hell is running this company. And with Nebius, I don't think you have those questions. Now, Nebius and Iran are probably going to go up and down in the same rate because they're data center plays, but I really think you can trust management in Nebius with Iran. I don't know. But regardless, data center demand should continue to go higher, and CoreWeave, Nebius, Iran, they all should do well. And I still think it's a good play for 2026. But realistically, and again, I'll have my portfolio kind of Substack out in Tuesday, and it'll go through more details. But I think Nebius is the clear data center play for next year. I really do. I think you're getting a lot of safety, a lot of diversification, and a lot of holistic attributes to the data center place over the other ones. I think the other ones will be fine, but I think Nebius is the no-brainer here. So that's the one that I like. Did you talk about VG? I bought more VG on Friday. I mean, again, I'm more so trusting Matt here than anything. I will start to do more research on it. Look, realistically, forget like the thesis. The stock's down 75% from IPO, and it's creating something that we know is going to be high in demand, which is energy. So the question is, has the damn thing bottomed, right? Like if you forget about the fundamental thesis, I'm like, it feels like it's bottomed. I feel like it bottomed at around 550. Now it's at 7. I don't expect this thing to go to 14 anytime soon. But their market cap was higher than Cheniere when they went public. Obviously, that was a bit aggressive. And now their market cap feels a lot more reasonable. And you're getting paid a little bit of a dividend to wait. So I don't think it's crazy here. But I don't think people should be buying it because it's a low single-digit stock expecting it to make a massive move. I know that's why it's going to attract a lot of people. But it just might not make that crazy move. And that's okay because this one has to be a more long-term play rooted in the idea of natural gas versus it's a growth stock that's going to make a massive move. And they still have the lawsuit, which is the other overhang. Thoughts on PayPal? I actually like PayPal for 2026. I've been thinking about PayPal more. I don't think it's a place you want to put your money to like see massive levels of like capital appreciation, but I like PayPal. I think it's safe at 60. I don't think PayPal has to go down to like 45, 50. Like if you buy PayPal here, I don't think you're taking a massive risk with a falling knife. Like the knife has fallen. The company has some fundamental problems. Management has explicitly talked about their fundamental problems. And could I see it going back down? Same thing with Nike, right? Like I think Nike's bottomed. And I think a lot of these stocks are actually a little bit more safe than other names that have absolutely not bottomed. In fact, they're up massive for like Iran hasn't bottomed, maybe, but it's still up 4x for the year. So Nebius is up 2x for the year, even after a 40% drawdown. So like a lot of these names have just done, Nike and PayPal have done nothing. Now, there's a reason they've done nothing in terms of their stock price. But also it's like, if you believe there's some level of quality to these names, they should turn around. And so I don't think it's crazy to be into those names. Bring more artists on. I think billionaire Rihanna should be next. Yeah, that's the thing. Is Rihanna not allowed to be a billionaire? Like they always talk about the tech billionaire. Why don't they talk about other people that have made billions of dollars without doing it through tech? Well, it doesn't fit the narrative. Rihanna, successful Black woman, odds were stacked against her, built an amazing company. And it's not nice to criticize Rihanna or Beyonce because they're rich, but it's really easy to criticize Sundar and Nadella and Elon. It's like it's all a game of manipulation and propaganda and politics. That's what it is. Because Bernie Sanders' base likes Beyonce and Rihanna. They support them. So if he's out there criticizing Rihanna as a successful Black woman who's built a massive makeup business, like, I don't know. I don't think his base is gonna be like, oh, that's kind of, I don't know, Bernie, is that kind of racist? Like, you're gonna get a lot of these questions coming up. But if you criticize Elon, then everyone's like, yeah, well, Elon sucks anyway. Which is why Bernie never says anything about Rihanna or Beyonce or Jay-Z or more diverse people in this country that have benefited off the American dream, because it's not politically correct to criticize their wealth, even though they are contributing to the capitalist empire that is ruining the economy and creating all this poverty. They still have lots and lots of money, even if they have a couple $1 billion less than the tech guys. But it's easy to pick on the tech guys. That's what I'm saying. It's like, it's all a joke. It's all a joke. Even though Elon is African American, that is correct. His phenotype is not the type of African that is easy to critique. But that's my point, dude. It's like you cannot take the politicians serious on this stuff. But it is something you have to pay attention to going into next year, because I mean, you got a lot of people in this country that are going to be ready to vote for the other side. The tech guys don't pay taxes. Elon paid 53% taxes, $11 billion in 2021. The dude pays taxes, bro. These guys pay their tax. The reason they sell so much stock is because they have so much freaking capital gains that they have to pay the taxes on as well. It doesn't feel like they're paying their taxes because our tax revenue is not going to anything substantial and everything's broken in this country. The tax revenue is there. I have zero faith that it's actually being properly allocated. Again, I'm not an anti-tax guy. I'm a product of public schools. I'm like more than fine with paying my fair share of taxes. It's just that the whole point of Doge was to like get a little bit of clarity of where the money's going, and that ended up not working out. Didn't Elon pay the most taxes in history? Yes, he did. Just got ETH 256. I still didn't get the notification yet. Does that mean I'm going to get a better prize than Ethereum if they haven't sent me the notification yet? Do I actually get the Apple Watch? By the way, if I get the Apple Watch, I'll give it away because I'm not going to use it. I know I'm not going to use the freaking Apple Watch. So we're doing a giveaway on the 30th. So on Tuesday. Tuesday market close, we will be doing a giveaway on the channel. No, Wednesday, right? No, sorry, Wednesday. No, we should do it Tuesday. Yeah, Tuesday. So Tuesday, we'll do market close giveaway. It's kind of my gift to the channel as we end out the year. I wanted to do it before Christmas, but I need to set up some stuff to do it effectively. So we're going to do it before New Year's Eve. And if I win the watch, I will give it away because I know I'm not going to use it because I don't wear watches. Because the time is always now. So you use the watch more than the Meta glasses. Okay, so I told this to Steve over the weekend. So I got the Meta glasses. I got a gift from someone, and I really do appreciate the gift, but I realize it's pointless, dude. It's absolutely pointless. I put it on my face, and I like took a picture of what I was looking at. I asked it a couple questions. I played some music, And then I asked myself, why would I actually use this throughout the day? Like realistically, would I use this throughout the day? And the answer was no. Like I'm just not using this thing. So I once again remain bearish on the concept of glasses replacing the phone. Like I will die on this hill. I don't think the glasses are the next evolution of computing. I really don't. I really, really don't. Don't think this is how people want to interact with computers, by wearing glasses. I think it'll work in certain areas like healthcare and gaming and stuff, but I don't want to be in a coffee shop talking to my glasses. That's weird, bro. Wow, palladium falls 9%? Where's silver? Dude, silver still... People are buying the dip on silver. It's still up 2%. Where's platinum? Cactus, can you get the platinum prices? Palladium down 9%. Gold is down basically nothing, 0.18. And then silver's still up 2%. That is crazy. It could help with journalists investigating. Yeah, that's fair. It could help with journalists investigating. I mean, I think those journalists could easily just hold a phone and record as well. That's my point. It's not such a game changer where when I used the product, I was like, no, this is real. This is legit. Like the AirPods, bro. Or when I got the AirPods like 8 years ago, I was like, this, I am never not using the AirPods. Now, I know that's not like the biggest technological revolution ever, but that was a product where it was so obvious that Apple was going to just print money because everyone's going to use the AirPods. It's just a better way of listening to music. But, and by the way, why can't Apple just incorporate AI into the AirPods and then you talk to your AirPods? Like, like there's so many ways I don't see the glasses living up to the use cases when they can be replicated. So I think there's a lot of different ways that this could play out. Platinum's down 1.34%. All right, so all the commodities are down except silver. Except silver. Now, copper's up a little bit as well. Platinum just went flat. So gold is down, silver's up 2.4, copper's up 1.6, platinum just went down, palladium went 4% down. Crude oil's up a little bit. Silver's the only one, silver and platinum, or silver and copper, the only ones that are holding, and silver's actually seeing a meaningful change. But silver was at 86, now it's at 77, so it's not like silver is like meaningfully back at those highs that it was at. What do you think of the copper miners? I think the trade has happened. Again, I think they can go higher, but I think the trade has happened. Bitcoin, 89.1. It was 89.2 20 minutes ago. So once again, basically not doing anything here. It is nice to see it get a green candle, but we got to see this thing break 90. See some more level. I just got my hood gift. Dude, they haven't sent it to me. I think I'm getting a real gift, bro. If everyone's getting ETH and I didn't get a gift yet, maybe I'm getting like a legit gift. Or maybe I'm just lowering the queue. No, it still says come back to unwrap your gift. Vlad is mad at you. Yeah, maybe he's mad that I'm using Webull too much. Maybe he's mad at that. The worst thing is if I actually win a big gift, and I can't even post about it because I know everyone's going to be like, oh, Vlad likes you. That's why he rigged it to get you a gift. I know that's what everyone's going to say. It's like, no, it's literally luck if I win a gift. But I have to see if I actually win it. But I will give it away. Again, if I get a watch, I'm giving it away. I'm not going to use the watch. Like, I know I'm not going to use the watch. What do you think about trade desks next year? I think Zeta is the better marketing play. When it comes to marketing and advertising, I think from a valuation perspective, Zeta is better. I really do. I think that stock, if it can actually get through a couple of core headwinds and break through the technicals that continuously have held it down in that $20, $22 range, I think you got to break out to 35, 40. I really do think that stock can double next year. It's just the multiple. There's no multiple. It doesn't have a multiple. And it's growing. And it's growing faster than pretty much every other SaaS company outside of Palantir. And they're going to be profitable probably next quarter. And they're growing at 34%. I mean, like, it seems really obvious to me But I think SAS in general has been down this year outside of Palantir, which is why Zeta hasn't caught a bid. And then they have a lawsuit short report that they're dealing with, which I think won't be no big deal. But if you're talking about advertising and marketing, Zeta's moat is proprietary data. I think that's a better moat than TTD, even though TTD is a bigger company. So I think that's the better idea. I really think you'd like the watch. My mom got me an Apple Watch years ago, and I never used it. I ended up returning it. I'm just not a watch guy, dude. I'm not like I use a watch to get the time, and my phone has the time. Like, so what else do you use a watch for? Like texting? It's like, no, I'm not going to text on this little ass watch. I'm not going to pick up a phone call on this watch. What am I going to do with it? And I have a Fitbit for when I run, so I don't need the watch for the health port. Like, I really don't see any use for it. The sleep score, all that stuff comes from a Fitbit. So I don't know. I really never got it. My mom has one. My dad has one. Like, they love using it. I just personally don't feel like I would use it. Ordering pizza. Check your portfolio while you run. That is a good idea. You'd be getting notifications as soon as I wake up. Bitcoin down 5%. Could immediately see that. Yeah, not hating on anyone that likes the Apple Watch. I just know I'm not going to use it, dude. I'm a really simple guy. I'm a very simple. I'm not like, even we went out to dinner for my mom on Christmas. It was like her birthday dinner because we didn't go out on her birthday. And like, I just had one dish. They ordered a bunch of stuff at the table. I ate one thing. I don't like, I'm not complicated. In fact, I get overwhelmed when there's multiple food around, like types of food around. I just want something simple. Like, all right, we're here for dinner. I'm gonna eat this one thing and that's it. That's my dinner. So I feel like getting a watch is just like, it's like more gadgets I have to deal with, interact with. I don't know. A phone is enough to deal with all the nonsense I have to deal with on the phone. You're simple, but you get Manny and Petty's. Dude, I haven't gotten a Manny and Petty in like 3 months. It's been a minute since I've got one. Ever since that October 10/10 event, your boy has been, the Nvidia flips red overnight. Your boy's been thinking twice about getting a nice little Manny and Petty. In reality, I just haven't even thought about it in the past couple months. I probably should get one because it has been a minute. Bitcoin 89.2, Tessie still down 1.2, Palantir's down now almost 1%, Robinhood is flat. It's just no volume or weird price action across the overnight markets. Bitmine's down a little bit, 28.10. I mean, realistically, we're gonna have to wait till tomorrow to see volume coming in. And then we'll probably get some more data. One dish, no watch, Grey's Anatomy, a true simple guy. I'm telling you guys, Grey's Anatomy is the show of 2026. It is the comeback show. It is the comeback show. I really do think people need to get back into Grey's Anatomy. Dude, if I lose my phone, my life is over. Like, I cannot lose my phone. I cannot lose my phone. Like, I am on my phone 24/7. I just, like, there's too many things going on to not have my phone. That's why I panic sometimes if I can't find it. Like, my phone has to be within 2 millimeters of me constantly. Constantly. I just have to have my phone with me. Because there's been too many times where I've like haven't looked at my phone for like even 20 minutes and I miss a notification. It's like a really important thing you're not supposed to miss. And you just can't not have that happen. McDreamy or McStevie? It's a good question. See, if you knew about Grey's Anatomy, you would know what McDreamy or McStevie is. But I'm a McDreamy guy. This is so gay, but I'm a McDreamy guy. It is what it is. I'm a McDreamy guy. But Meredith Grey, she's gorgeous, bro. She's absolutely like, she's girl next door gorgeous. Like, she is so pretty, dude. Like, so pretty. They've got a lot of beautiful women on the show. But my goodness, dude, she is absolutely gorgeous. And the fact that she's still doing the show 20 years later is crazy. That's absolutely crazy. Uzi just got my ETH. Dude, I'm probably getting it soon. They're probably just delaying it. I want the Apple Watch, though. I will give it away. I will gladly give it away if I get it. You wouldn't miss a notification if you had an Apple Watch. That's true. You probably wouldn't. Grab is pretty too. Grab is pretty, although Grab's been flat. Look, I think 2026 Grab breaks out, but I think it's going to require patience. And that's okay. You got to have patience when it comes to holding stocks sometimes. And if you don't want to have the patience, you don't need to be in the stock. It's just that simple. So at the end of the day, I think this one I'm building up a pretty big Grab. I mean, I think when all is said and done, Grab will be one of the biggest positions I have because I'm just having such a long time to accumulate. And I know what I'm buying fundamentally is performing. So the stock's not performing. That's fine. I've been through that. And if I have to wait another year, I'll wait another year. But like I have zero qualms buying this stock at this price. I was buying it at 6, buy it at 550, buy it at 470, bought a lot at 490 a couple weeks ago. Like I think I know what I'm buying here, even if the stock's not reflecting it. And that's okay, because eventually I think the stock will reflect it. But I also am not complaining about it being stagnant here, you know? Like it is what it is. Now, if there was a fundamental problem with the company, their execution, then I would be rethinking it. But I don't see that. Same thing with Bitcoin. Like you can't get mad at the people that are long Bitcoin because everything they needed to happen happened this year. Like everything. You had Trump. The guy's literally launching freaking meme coins, bullish crypto. His sons are launching Bitcoin treasuries, bullish Bitcoin. You have the Genius Act, the Clarity Act. You have legislation, regulatory frameworks. You have the Fed, they're cutting, quantitative easing. You have all these different applications, Kraken, Robinhood, Coinbase, tokenized stocks, stablecoins. Everything you needed for crypto to make a move this year has made a move. So do you get frustrated now and sell your Bitcoin and Ethereum because the price hasn't moved? Well, if everything that has happened that needed to happen has happened and the stock and the asset hasn't moved, then why do you sell the asset? It would be pure frustration. But that's not a good enough reason to get out of it. If anything, that's just like, okay, I have to wait longer, which is the same thing on a stock that's not moving even though everything's going the right way. Now, if there's a broader macro drawdown around liquidity or something, then yeah, maybe Bitcoin, maybe that's the reason to sell Bitcoin and Ethereum. But to say that, oh, like I'm blaming this, or this. I mean, do you even have 3 things you could blame this year for crypto not going up? No, like everything that needed to happen has happened outside of the price reflecting the catalyst that needed to take place. And by the way, Bitcoin did get to 126, so it's not like it didn't make the move. It's just at that moment, you had too many issues in regards to liquidity from a macro perspective. And then if you believe in Tom Lee's glitch thing, that messed it up as well. But I don't think you could be too upset about it. I blame Bernie Sanders. By the way, I don't hate Bernie. I don't want my rant to be seen as I hate Bernie or I'm not like he's a nice guy. I've been to Vermont before. It's a nice place. I just really hate hypocrisy. That's the thing I hate the most. And I hate it the most coming from politicians that think that they are the saviors of the people that are so oppressed, when in reality, they're doing the exact same oppressive things, aka getting rich and participating in the capitalist enterprise, but they're selling you a different story. So it's nothing against Bernie, AOC, anything. It's just like, I hate the hypocrisy of it. And by the way, the Republicans are also super hypocritical. So it's not political. It's just you have to take your life into your own hands when it comes to the politicians, because they are never going to look out for you and they only care about themselves and their personal wealth. And that's okay. But then if they're going to try to act like they care about me, it's going to be hard for me to believe. He hates Bernie because Vermont gives him the least views. Okay, so I looked at my YouTube analytics. Let me pull this up over the weekend. I didn't even know you could do this, but you can go through each of the freaking cities. And Vermont was last on the list. And I didn't do a good job today when it comes to engaging the Vermont viewers, because Vermont, like 80% of them vote for Bernie. So I definitely isolated most of them today. But let me see if I can pull this up. Okay, so this is the last 365 days. Can you guys see this? No, not yet. Okay, so can you see this? Yes. All right, so 11.4 million views in the last 365 days. Okay, that's across the channel. California, number one, 2.3 million. Texas, million. New York, basically a million. Florida, 850,000. Illinois, fourth. Now I know why people are screaming about Chicago for the meetups. I was wondering, why is there so many Chicagos? Because Illinois is the top 5 in the channel watchers. Then you have New Jersey, makes sense. Washington, Georgia, Pennsylvania. We're going to skip that one. North Carolina, Virginia, Arizona, Michigan, Maryland, Ohio, Colorado, Minnesota. And then last is Vermont at 1,900 people. So the Vermont people aren't watching the channel, but this is the breakdown geographically. We're going to do Chicago this year. We're going to do it. We got to go see Nate. We got to go see Nate. Sam will be at the California meetup. Ed and Brittany will probably be there. The California one is going to be fun. And we're getting everything ready for that soon. All 3 of your Vermont viewers cursing you from their Lake Champlain summer homes. Yeah, dude, that's the worst of it. It's like, oh yeah, I have a summer home. It's nice. It's a nice little summer home. It's like, bro, you have a summer home. People can barely pay rent in their actual home, and you're talking about a summer home. Like, you are the same person you're criticizing, Bernie. I'm sorry to tell you, you're the same person. Why do I have to say the state that shouldn't be named? Can we go into 2026 without having to say that state? Like, this name makes no sense anyway. I don't know who thought of this name. Like, why do we have to say that name? It's like, why couldn't they have named it something? Why couldn't they have just named it Boston? They could have just named it Boston. It could have been so simple. Like Boston, like that's the city everyone knows. Like, they have to name it Massachusetts. Like, why? Like, it just doesn't make any sense. This is Canada, for those that are curious. Toronto, which is in Ontario, is obviously number 1. Then you got British Columbia, Quebec, Alberta, Nova Scotia, Manitoba, Saskatchewan, and New Brunswick. But it's pretty much Toronto. So we'll do a Toronto meetup again as well. It'll be exciting. That'll be a fun one to do. What about Europe? Hold on, let me see Europe. I actually didn't look at Europe. I looked at, I looked at the countries, but I didn't go that much deeper. So, well, let me just show you guys the countries first. And then I can go a little bit deeper. So this is overall. So US, Canada, UK, Germany, Singapore. So Germany made it in top 5. UK made it in top 5. So if I click the United Kingdom, England, Scotland, Wales, and Northern Ireland are the top parts. And then, okay, we have to go back to this and then go to go to Germany. So Germany, I'm not even going to attempt to say this because there's no way I'm going to say this. Germany, North Rhine-Westphalia, Bavaria, Baden-Württemberg, Berlin, I know that one, Hesse, Lower Saxony, Rhineland-Palatinate, Schleswig-Holstein, Hamburg. Did you guys know that the name hamburger comes from Hamburg? Do you guys know that? I didn't know that. I found that out a year ago. Germany is responsible for hamburger. It comes from Hamburg, Germany. But yeah, that's what we got from Germany. So we'll definitely do Germany as a meetup as well. That should be fun. Japan is up there as well. Japan, let me go back to all the countries. So this is, Japan's a little bit lower in the list though. So it is, again, US, Canada, UK, Germany, Singapore, Sweden, Netherlands, Australia, India, Denmark, Portugal, Israel, Spain, Finland, Malaysia, Belgium, Hong Kong, Japan. So it's like top 25. You got Poland, Taiwan, South Africa, South Korea, Saudi Arabia, Bulgaria, Puerto Rico, Indonesia, Philippines. Last one is Argentina. If I click on India, yeah, I'm not even going to attempt to say some of the, I don't know how to say these, but Delhi, I was surprised Delhi is not in the top 5. That's where I'm from, where my parents are from. I guess people in New Delhi don't care as much about the stock market as people in Gujarat and Maharashtra. I should know how to say these, but I can't say these. Anyway, those analytics were helpful because it'll help me determine where to do the meetups. So give me a shot. Amit, are you in Canada? No, I'm in the States. Where is freaking the Ethereum gift, bro? I still didn't get it. I think I'm getting a watch, bro. Like, if everyone's got their Ethereum and I haven't gotten a gift yet, I should be getting a watch pretty soon. I think. Hopefully. Let's see. Has anyone still not gotten it? Is anyone still waiting for it? Okay, a few of you guys said you haven't gotten it either. Well, they're giving 400 of those watches away. Maybe we're the 400. It would be cool to actually win it. Oh, one of you guys won a TV? Sauce Man, you actually got a TV? Dude, that'd be crazy. Getting a TV would be fun. Honestly, I'd love to have a TV. I'd literally just put up a TV right there. And that's where, because I don't have a TV in this room. So that'd be nice. Silver, we're silver. Are we down? Nope, silver back to 80, folks. She's not going out without a fight. Look at that. She's trying to do a full V shape here. You know what the most hated V shape of this year has been? Well, it technically can't be silver because silver hasn't fallen enough to make a massive V shape. It's still the S&P 500 from April. But if silver catapults up from 75 and makes a new all-time high above 86, that's going to be a hell of a V shape today. Tom Lee's hair is the most hated. I actually didn't. So Tom Lee had his like best ideas for next year. I didn't listen to this, so we can listen to this real quick, and we'll keep going from there.
Tom Lee, we brought him back, and he has some stocks that are making his nice list this holiday season. They're going to kill me in the back, but Tom, we have to start with something that everybody's lighting us up about since we talked to you 45 minutes ago, which is do tell us about crypto, okay? ETH, they want to know what's your target there. Bitcoin, what do you do with it? It's the one thing that's not part of this melt up that Steve's been observing here.
Yeah. Well, crypto was having a good year in 2025 until October 10th, and suddenly the paths of crypto and gold and risk assets diverged. I think as we look back at that moment, there was a liquidation event that was similar to 2022 when FTX collapsed. So it took 8 weeks for markets and market makers to sort of recover and markets to begin to find their bearing. I think that's what's happening now. The outlook for crypto is still really good for the next 5 to 10 years. I don't want to overuse the word super cycle, but we know that Wall Street wants to tokenize everything, whether that's flat.
See, that's already a difference. Am I tripping, or has he used the word super cycle when talking about Ethereum multiple times? Like multiple times, he says Ethereum is going through a super cycle in terms of the convergence with Wall Street. So, obviously you're seeing a little bit of a change in terms of even the price being depressed is getting to Tom. The question is, in 2017, when he called Bitcoin at 5,000, I mean, I didn't follow him that closely, but I don't know how depressed he was when he went through the ups and downs, but it ended up working out. So the question is he being cautious to kind of like pull back some of the excitement? Does that mean they're going to stop buying as much Ethereum here because they think it's going down a lot further? Or is he trying to just lower expectations after maybe having too high of expectations a couple months ago?
At Robinhood or Larry Fink at BlackRock, and that's going to bring a lot of efficiencies to Wall Street, but it really brings the use case forward for something like Ethereum. So we're pretty bullish. I think Ethereum, which is around 3,000, can easily get to 9,000, 7,000 in early 2026, and then over time.
See, that's not helping. I'm sorry, but that's not helping. Now, I will eat my words if I'm dead wrong. If Ethereum is 7,000, 9,000 by early 20, I will gladly eat my words. I'll be so happy if we are at anywhere near 7,000 by early 2026. But when you put out those expectations, dude, like it's literally digging your own grave. It's just not smart. Like, and again, price targets are hard to do as like being in this industry. But guess what? Most of the analysts that analyze the S&P call for an 8 to 10% move every year. And guess what happens on average? 8 to 10%. They play it pretty by the ear, pretty conservative. But when you call for a more than doubling in early 2026, so in what, 5 months? It makes people upset if it doesn't happen. And the probability of it not happening seems to be higher than normal.
As it starts to be competitive with payment rails, could get to the 20,000 level. So I'm pretty bullish. I like Bitcoin. I think Bitcoin is suffering from gold envy right now.
Yes.
And that liquidation event, gold's been a great asset, now at over 30 trillion. But I think, again, Bitcoin is a genuine store of value. It is supply limited. So I think in next year is really when Bitcoin can sort of begin to recover, and the 200,000 level makes a lot of sense to me.
I want to run through some of your picks, and Steve can take this over. We need to go with it. Nvidia, top 5 idea, AMD, Meta, Goldman, Arista Networks. Your bottom 5.
You agree with that? I would agree with that. I think those are realistic top 5. I don't think that's crazy if those are your top 5 going into next year.
Is that names you guys disfavor, or they're just the second half of the top 5 list?
Yeah, it's our core research core list of stocks we like, but the bottom 5 are the ones that maybe myself or our technician Mark Newton don't think are as timely. So they're
CrowdStrike,
naughty, but not like sells.
Okay, they're not. CrowdStrike, Costco, Palo Alto, Tesla is on that list. What is your message to the Tesla bulls and Willis Towers Watson? But go ahead.
Yeah. I think Tesla has been on this research list since 2019, so we would never sell Tesla because Elon Musk, there's so much future present value created from a lot of his ideas, whether it's going to be Optimus Prime or robotaxis or XAI. But in the near term, Tesla's had a huge move recently, so I think it is just a question of consolidating those gains.
Tom, when you talk about the top 5, it's diverse industry-wise. Is there any particular industry that you like more than others, as opposed to just the individual stocks?
When I think of 2026, I still like tech for next year, but I do think it is ISM sensitive and interest rate sensitive and dovish Fed sensitive. So it's also financials, industrials, energy, and basic materials.
So the Fed probabilities, when I look at them for next year, I got nothing happening in January, not so much happening in March, maybe April, more likely June. What's your take on the importance of that to the market?
That timeline makes sense because I think until the second half of next year, we're going to have a Powell as the Fed chair.
Yeah.
And from that nomination to confirmation window, you'd have a better sense. That's really when I think the market starts to price in a more dovish Fed. So it makes sense to me that the first half is as a market that's legacy pricing, Fed Chair Powell, and monetary policy.
And
I think he's right about that. He's definitely right about that. The Fed easing argument, I do not think he's right. I do not think he's wrong about. And the only fear I have is if we're running the economy this hot, I don't know if we're going to cut rates as easily as we've been able to cut rates this year. We've had 3 cuts this year, right? Like Bitcoin, by the way, 89.5. So a little bit more momentum, 89.6, maybe 90K on the way. So, if we have 4% GDP, unless inflation's coming down enough for, and I don't even think it matters if it's Powell, dude. Like if you have Waller, Hassett, or Warsh, at the end of the day, they are essentially whims to the bond market. And if the bond market's not telling them that it's okay to cut, they're not going to cut, no matter how much they love Trump. 10 years up right now. So quite frankly, we should get lower rates next year, but we need to make sure it's not taking up inflation. And the PCE CPI we got last week, phenomenal, really good. I know people are questioning the methodology of it. That's a whole another question. But if that data is accurate, we should be having lower rates if that trend continues. which would be really, really bullish for equity prices next year if you have strong growth and low GDP. That completely ignores the stagflation argument that people have been thinking about. But then it makes you wonder why the hell are gold and silver running up the way they are. So again, just a lot of more questions than answers when we're trying to break down this stuff. But we'll try to analyze it every single day and see when new data comes in for this. And again, although Tom's got crypto wrong this year, like he's been more right than wrong. I mean, he was him and Mike Wilson were the only two people in the Wall Street ecosystem saying buy the dip in April. Like, I mean, I really think they were the only two people. Now, there's a lot of people that are trying to take credit for it. Like, I listen to these CNBC guys. I'm like, you guys were not, like, get out of it. You guys were not bullish in April. You guys were scared. You guys were nervous. And I'm not saying Tom and Mike Wilson weren't nervous, but they were explicitly saying buy the dip. And not every Wall Street analyst was saying that. So I really do think he was one of the only two people that said it will be the most hated V-shape, and it happened. It just didn't work out for crypto, which is okay. But the problem is when you talk about 9,000, you're getting these unrealistic expectations. And that's what I think. And if he has a true 5-year horizon on Ethereum or 10-year horizon, decade long, then why are you saying 9,000 by early 2026? Unless you genuinely believe that shit, which if you do a triple in 6 months, I mean, okay. I would take the under on that. But if you don't actually believe that, then don't say it. Don't like put up those expectations, because all it's going to do is make people upset. This is why when I was covering Palantir in 2022, I made it a big part of my brand to not have stupid price targets and $500 clickbait thumbnails, because I didn't want to be seen as a clown if Palantir never got there. Now, I didn't expect it to freaking get to 200, but I'd rather be the guy that was being more conservative on Palantir versus the guy that was overly optimistic, because it's not at 500 yet either. And I think one day it'll get there, but it's not there yet. And so, and the likelihood was that it was not going to get to 200, but a lot of things worked out. Way more things worked out than needed to work out, because I think all of us would have been pretty happy buying Palantir at 6 if this thing was at 50 right now. You cannot complain. We just really got a decent reward for the risk that we took. But you can't be out there. Same thing with Hood. Like, I didn't expect Hood to get to 150. I thought it would be nice if Hood could get to 70 when it was at like 30. When Hood was at 8, I just thought 25 would be nice. And again, just really good execution led to the momentum on those multiples. But you don't call crazy price targets, because the risk of it not happening is so much greater than the reward of it happening. And if it happens, great. You did better than expected. Like, you get a pat on the back. If it doesn't happen, you're like, yeah, Hood's going to go to 300. And it's like, no, then you just look like an idiot at that point. So, and Tom's got a really public brand. So it's one of those things where a lot of people are listening and they'll buy it because they think Ethereum's going up to 9,000, but that doesn't happen. People are just going to get upset. Bitcoin right there, 89.6, Ethereum at 3,019. Hims to 500. Dude, Hims has been stuck as well. 3407. Look, I think Hims is a good company, and I think they're executing well. Their earnings has not been as strong as what people projected 6 months ago. And unfortunately, they're in a lot of shit with Novo and the debate around compounders versus going straight to the consumer. And they're in a tough narrative right now as well. The narrative of this Netflix of health shit is just not real right now. Maybe 10 years from now, that narrative will continue to be a thing. But that Netflix of health ecosystem is not what people are excited about right now. Hims is the SMCI of health. Yeah, I think Hims is interesting. Their community is interesting as well. I don't know. I think some of the community members have very interesting ways of going about building that community that I just fundamentally disagree with, which is, I think, is a different issue with Hims. Of course, Nate pops up. Nate, you don't even talk about Hims anymore. All you talk about is Nebius. You can't even yell at us for that. But in all seriousness, even Nate will acknowledge, like, look, the earnings growth has not been, or the projections for it are not as strong anymore, which is why the stock has taken a dip. I don't think long-term that means you go short, but when the stock is already 40% short and they're not hitting their targets. I mean, yeah, that's going to create some pain in the stock right now. Just not as much news. That's also fair. Sometimes there's not as much news on stocks. See, this is the other thing. You've got to. I was talking to someone over the weekend who's like, I'll just say they're a content creator, and you know, they were like, they were upset with something I said, and so I went into the DMs with them, and I was like, quite frankly, I tore them apart. I was like, dude, you're completely fucking wrong on everything you think. Everything you're trying to do is stupid. The idea of monetizing your community before your community has even gotten any meaningful value is bullshit. It's garbage. It's not going to work. This is the reason why you're losing. This is the reason why you're frustrated. You're mad at me for something I said, even though I said the truth, which is that at the end of the day, building a community is much deeper than just putting out content. It was not about Nate. I don't want to say who he is, but, and you know, we had an amicable conversation, but I started off by saying, you're dead wrong. And you completely are doing this the wrong way. You are turning into a grifter, and you need to understand that when you build a community, part of building the community is being a resource for people when things are not going in the right way. And what happened with Palantir for 2 years where things didn't go in the right way. And I kept showing up every day, just doing what I could do, analyzing the company. And that's why I gained a lot of respect, is because when things were in the gutter, I stayed and tried to figure out why it was in the gutter. I didn't have the best answers all the time, but I tried to have the best answer I could. And same thing with Arnie and Matt and Steve, all of us, we just tried to analyze it the best we could, and it ends up working out. But we kept the community alive. And I think a lot of these creators, I was thinking of writing a thread about this, of just like, their whole goal is to monetize the community. And I'm like, why don't you actually, the guy was like, oh, I quit my job to like build a media company around the stock market, or around one or two individual stocks. And I'm like, you're stupid. Go back to your job. He was like, but this is a full-time thing. I was like, I wanted to throw my phone. I was like, I drove 60 miles back and forth in New Jersey 5 days in a row from 2021 to the end of 2022. And I made 3 videos a day on Palantir. And I started a market open because my job didn't start till 2 p.m. So I had the time to do the market open in March of 2022. And you're telling me you're quitting your job to start a full-time media community? I'm like, get the fuck out. Like, no, go to work. Because if you quit your job, you have to make money, which means then you have to do stupid things like start a Discord and a Patreon. And then you have all this pressure of the stock going up in order for people to feel like they're getting the money out of the Discord and the Patreon. And why would they pay for the Discord and the Patreon if the stock is going down or the stock is staying flat? A lot of people start thinking, hey, this is kind of stupid. Why am I paying for this? Unless they love you as a creator, guess what? You haven't done anything to make people love you yet, because you didn't go through the suffering of being there and unconditionally giving value, asking for nothing in return, gaining the credibility of not being someone who has something to sell, just being someone who genuinely wants to build their brand and has chosen this stock to be the epicenter of their brand. And now you're struggling to monetize. It's like, well, no shit, you're struggling to monetize. Like, who's going to pay you? So go back to your job and make your podcast about whatever stock you want to talk about during your lunch break. It's a podcast. It's like, I need to go full-time. It's like, get the fuck out of it. What do you mean you need to go full-time? It's a media business. Like, do your podcast at night and then upload it the next day. That's media. Boom. That's your media business. Acting like this is some complicated business. You just make a video. You know, like when I was driving hundreds of miles back and forth every day and scheduling Sachin to be on the show for Palantir Weekly, like, yeah, it's a little complicated because he's in Malaysia, you have to get the time right. But like, you can do that and still work a job. Like, I was just like, why are you quitting that's the stupidest thing to do. You don't get the privilege to quit your job. You don't get to do that yet. Like, and if you're quitting your job and you barely have a community, that means you're probably charging an insane amount from people, or you're trying to do it from volume. But if the stock is going against you, you have no volume. The only way people really care is when the stock goes up. But to get the trust of people knowing that you're credible, you have to be there when the stock is not going up, aka deliver alpha when the stock is flat or red. And then people trust you when it goes up because you were able to analyze something when no one cared about it. That's how this industry works. And the more times you can do it, the more credibility you get. That's it. It's not that hard. But if you want to turn it into some massive media business and raise money and get sponsors, I'm like, dude, and then charge Patreon, Discord, all this bullshit. I'm like, that's not how this works. That's not how you build a media business in the stock market. And quite frankly, you should be making more money in the stock market than the media you're making about the stock market. I have made far more money this year in the stock market than I've made off of YouTube or Twitter or Substack. And all of those are free. No one even has to pay for a subscription to any of those three things. Because like I actually like the stock market, and I think I'm somewhat decent at navigating the stock market. I'm not amazing. I've had my fair share of losses this year as well. Cough, cough, beam and R. But like the point is, I made more on the thing I'm analyzing than the media that I'm creating off the analyzing. And I see so many people in this space make more money off their like Discord community versus the actual market. And then they want to ask why people don't trust them or why they don't have a following or why like no one cares about them. It's like, well, because you're not actually doing anything. It's all bullshit. It's all bullshit. All of it. So we were just going back and forth last night. I was being so honest with him. I'm like, dude, you're wrong. You're dead wrong. Like I don't try to be so definitive and black or white about these things, but like I've lived this for the past 4 years. I know how my life has changed in so many ways by just unconditionally giving, and the money will find you. You will, if you're right, the money will find you. Bitcoin trying to hit 90 right here. The money will find you. You will find a way to make the money. People are so concerned about the short-term monetization that they're going to quit their job to like get the fuck. Like, no, you go to work, you go through the pain of doing this on the side, and if you're good enough, if your stock ends up working out that you built your entire brand on, you will probably be able to quit as, first of all, the gains from the stock itself like should be enough to help you like make that decision. Second of all, you should be able to find massive opportunities if you're the guy talking about this random stock that ends up doing what you think it's going to do. And there's a lot of luck involved in that as well. I'm not trying to say it's all just me. A lot of this was luck. Don't stop ranting. It's helping the market. Dude, we have this is what happens when I miss a day. When I miss a day, like I missed on Friday, without any warnings, because I woke up so late. I was like, well, I can't even make a YouTube post anymore. I'm just like, I did make a Twitter post though. This is what happens when I come back. We have, what is this, 3-hour stream, 2 rants in a row. But the point is, it's like if you're right about it, then you will be rewarded in so many ways. Like simple example, meeting Derek. Derek has changed my life. Absolutely changed. But one of the reasons because he bought like 10 million shares of Palantir when it was like $7-8. Now he ended up selling at like 25. If he held on, he might be in a different place in life. He's still doing well for himself. He sold a little too early. I told him not to, but he sold a little too early. But look, he thought at 2025 was getting overvalued, and obviously the stock, he was up like 4x, so he took some. But the point is, he trusted me because I wasn't selling him any bullshit when he was watching those videos. And it was a privilege for him to be of such a high level of success in his life to be watching my rinky-dinky little videos. But the fact that he was watching me and made a decision on watching my content, it created a level of trust between us. And Derek has gotten me into a lot of deals in the private markets that have done very well. I would have had to sell like 50,000 Discord subscriptions to match the money that I've made on these private deals because I gained his trust. And like that's what I mean by the money will find you. But you have all these people trying to just go the short route to get there, and it's not going to work. It's just not going to work, especially if you're not right about the stock. And that's the hardest, but that's the luck has to come in. Like Palantir and Hood, there was a lot of luck involved in those two things working. Like, yeah, it took some skill to identify them, but it also took a decent chunk of luck for those two things to actually be the things that they've become. And so to quit your job and start a media business on a stock where you might not have that luck on your side, especially when the market takes a dip, because then no one has any luck. That's a stupid idea. It's a really stupid idea. Adam, thank you for the $20 super chat. Appreciate you. Thank you for being. Adam, by the way, will be at the meetup. Adam will be at the meetup. So there's going to be a lot of people in New York, bro. We got Doug, Tess, Michelle, Ray, Adam, Steve, Chris, Matt. We got a lot of people. Erwin. So we have a ton of people that are coming to this meetup. Oh yeah, Nate's gonna be there. Nate, Davis. Some of you guys know Davis, some of you guys don't. But yeah, we'll be there. And again, look, and so there's also a nuance to this, right? Because let me counteract some of these claims, going back to bull versus bear. If you have done financially well in the markets, and you then want to teach people about what you're doing, and you deserve to monetize your time, because at the end of the day, if you're taking time away from your family, you deserve to get paid for it, especially if you've already done very well in the markets and you have credibility and you have a track record, yada, yada, then you deserve to get paid for that. But if you're taking a risk on a stock and becoming a content creator and you've done nothing, you have no track record, you're just brand new to this industry, and you're like, I'm just gonna start a community and monetize it because I think my stock pick might be right and I want to, build this career of being able to just talk about stocks for a living. That's not how it works. You've got to build some level of track record and credibility to even get people to pay you a little bit of money, much less get you to have an income that's worth quitting your job. That is crazy to quit your job when you have zero idea if you can even develop a community out of what you're doing. Now, I've mentally made the decision with myself that whatever track record or credibility I have, which could result in lots and lots of income from sponsors and subscriptions and Discord and Patreon. Everyone says, why don't you have a Discord? Because I don't want to deal with all that, because now I'm liable for people paying $5-10 a month and expecting to get some massive value. I mean, I make you laugh for 3 hours in the morning. How much more freaking volume or value do you want? I can only do so much. Make you laugh twice a day, morning and afternoon, 8 hours a day. And now people are going to want even more value in some private Discord. It's no, that's not how it's going to work. So from that perspective, it's I don't want the burden of having to deal with thousands of, because at this point, the community's got big enough where thousands of people would join that Discord, possibly tens of thousands. We have a lot of people on Twitter and moderating all of that, and then charging a fee for that, which would print tons of money. I mean, the amount of stocks that would generate 50 to 100 grand a month. That's $1 million a year. Just dump that into the stock market. That's an easy way to just use the media to then fuel the portfolio. But there's also something so transactional in that. There's also something so, just not authentic in that. Unless you have a very specific purpose for why you're doing it. And there's also so much burden that comes with that. No, that's, and then you got people trying to do that haven't even built a brand or an audience. And they think that that's the way they could do it. And I've seen other financial content creators doing it. And quite frankly, I don't have a lot of respect for it. It is what it is. I don't have a lot of respect. Got people charging $2,000 a year for courses where learn the fundamentals of the stock market. It's there's something called ChatGPT. You can easily go in there and say, can you teach me about the stock market? And it's going to tell you everything. Everything you need to know is there. You don't need to be in some stupid private Discord as Bitcoin hits 90,000. Dude, I think my ranting genuinely, if I stop ranting and this shit tanks, the amount of rant requests that I will be getting is going to be astronomical. So we need to, maybe every Sunday, this is the playbook. We rant 3 times and we get our 90K. But it's dude, it's all a scam. It's all bullshit. It's all nonsense. I wish people were more cognizant. But again, people are vulnerable because if someone's telling you, hey, I'm going to join our community and you're going to become a millionaire, it's it only costs $2,000. Wouldn't you pay $2,000 a year to make 50x that over the next 5 years? It's the psychological nature of it is so tempting to people that they spend their last $2,000 and join some stupid Discord to hear the basics of dollar cost averaging. It's what are we doing here? What are we doing here? Now, if that Discord is giving you pure alpha, that Discord is giving you, a pick every month of pure momentum, excitement, but that's different. But the stuff I'm seeing is just bullshit. It's pure garbage. And so that was the conversation I had with a creator last night. I think he was pretty pissed off about it, but it was the truth. It was the absolute truth. You don't easily build a content brand by going the route he's going. Dude, I still didn't get my Ethereum. I think I'm going to get the Apple Watch. I think I'm going to get a freaking Apple Watch here. I think I'm going to get it. This is a profound rant coming from a Grey's Anatomy guy. Dude, I am so excited to watch another episode before I go to sleep. I'm so excited. I genuinely love that show so much. Yeah, my sweatshirt is absolutely soaked right now. How did we even get to this topic, bro? How did this stream even get us here? Like when I do the chapters for the stream, I don't even know how to title this part of the stream. I don't even know how we got here. I'm not saying any specific creator names. You guys can pontificate about whatever creators you want to pontificate about. And I don't have anything against those people. I just think sometimes the shit I see is like really stupid. And the worst thing is a lot of those people are rich and they have a ton of money in the markets and they're still so greedy that they need to suck more money. Now I'm sounding like Bernie Sanders, but they're still so greedy. They need to suck more money out of these vulnerable people to get them into some stupid Discord group where they're going to teach them what it means to dollar cost average. I mean, it's just disgusting in my opinion. It's absolutely disgusting. And I would never do it. I could never live with myself. That's why I don't do it. Very simple. It's like I like living with myself. I don't like having that type of ethical dilemma in the back of my head. So those are my thoughts. See, you stopped ranting and we fell below 90K. Do I rant for the next 10 hours, bro? Just to get this thing back to 100? It's about to be 11 p.m. We've come full circle. It is now Bernie. Yes, exactly. Don't you want a Ferrari, bro? You got to join my Discord. Dude, the amount of shit. These people on X, they're hilarious, dude. And they all hate me, dude. There's so many of these Discord bros that hate me. Because every time I talk about this on X, which is why I stopped talking about it, because you just get so many people that their entire businesses are oriented around selling this bullshit narrative that if you join my Discord, you'll get rich. Yada. Look, I've never promised that. The reason I think people come to the stream, number one, is to laugh, which obviously I understand. That's like, I don't even have to explain that. Number two is what's happening in the market. So they want someone who can effectively communicate what is happening. Forget even the analysis or opinion part, just like what is happening. Like they use it as a stream of news, a stream of consciousness around what's going on in the market. And then number three, I've worked up over the past couple of years a little bit of an ability to try to analyze and break down what's happening and offer my perspective. And sometimes people agree with that perspective, sometimes people don't. But the point is that perspective hopefully offers one of many voices you can listen to in the broader ecosystem of financial media that gives people a reason to come back. And then obviously the biggest reason is the chat and the community, right? And just people being able to bounce ideas off of each other in here for free without having to worry about some gatekeepers. That's it. That's the pitch to join the show every day. And then obviously, I don't need to, it's me, right? Like your boy is, it's like your boy is your boy is your boy, all right? Your boy is your boy. People want to be with me for 4 or 5 hours and laugh, hopefully, even if it's at me, or make fun of my eyebrows, which you guys comment on my eyebrows. So I like my eyebrows. I don't know why everyone's so, but I'm being facetious here, even though I can't say that word. The point is, like, you need an engaging host that can hold people's attention, communicate ideas, hopefully offer a little bit of entertainment value, whether it's jokes or humor or just like general commentary that isn't boring, right? That which results in the Bernie Sanders rants sometimes that could get political, but that's okay because it shows that I at least have an opinion and I'm willing to take a stand on something. And now I don't have to take a stance on abortion because I don't think people care about my ideas of abortion. But when it comes to, these politicians saying that billionaires are evil and, the stock market is this horrible thing because it makes people so much money, it's like, yeah, all right, I'm gonna have an opinion on that. I'll give my opinion. Not everyone will agree with that. But you need to have a community where that can be embodied and have a foundation for other people to participate in. And I think too many creators come into this shit just thinking about money. Dude, this is crazy that Bitcoin is actually going up as I'm continuing this shit. Like, if I stop and this shit tanks, I know no one's going to forgive me here. But yeah, that's the value pitch for this community. That's it. It's simple. It's not, hey, join the stream, you're going to fucking become rich. It's no, we're going to try to analyze the markets and hopefully we find some alpha and hopefully we bring on some different people to talk about different stocks and ideas and explore different perspectives and break down. And I love doing that. That's why I do it every single day. That's why I care about doing it. And I don't know how long I'm going to keep doing it. Dude. Like, I don't know if like, I don't know, dude. Like, I don't like in the next 5 years, am I still doing this? Like, I don't know. I realistically can't say it. Like, I don't know when you get, okay, I'm walking into this joke right now and I know but like when you get a wife and kid, I don't know if you can do this. Now, yes, cue the jokes. Wife? How's that about wife? Dude, this guy's crazy. This thing's going to get a wife? Like, you mean husband? But the point is, I don't know if it's that easy when you have other responsibilities that are rooted in that part of the ecosystem to do this as consistently as I'm doing it. So we've done it for 3 years and I want to keep doing it forever, but I don't know if it's going to happen forever. So I'm enjoying it while I'm doing it. And I enjoy it every single day. And I think that people, enjoy being here every single day. But there's nothing to sell. That's the point. There's nothing to sell. Did Mitch just announce he's engaged? Dude, a lot of you guys think that I left on Friday because I have some girlfriend or mistress or something. Like you guys like Steve was telling me, it's like they all think you're like married or something. You have a girlfriend or something. I don't know. I will neither confirm nor deny. I will neither confirm. I will say, I am like probably never bringing my significant other on a stream. Like there is no upside to doing it. Although it would be fun and it would be super cool, there's no upside to it. Because first of all, I don't want to put them in that position where they have like, I can deal with thousands of opinions about myself. Like for that person to deal with that, that's too much. And number two, it's just like, you want to have some type of privacy. And I think that part of my life will probably always remain private. Even though it would be fun. It would definitely be fun to like do that type of random content. But it's also, I think the upside is limited massively by the downside. Plot twist, it's 3 girlfriends. That would be funny. I just have 3 people with me on the stream. What if she wants to be in your stream? That's a red flag. If she wants to be on the stream, that's like that I'm breaking up at that point. Completely breaking up. I'm so serious about that. If she wants the attention from this that has nothing to do with her, literally all of this is about me and my thoughts and my perspectives on the stock market. Nothing. This is not a lifestyle stream, a reality TV stream. It has nothing to do with them. It's private life. Obviously, people, if they get an affinity to a creator, they're curious about those things. But that's not the focus of the stream. If she actually wants that attention, red flag. Done. Completely done. And I've been in that situation before, dude. I have been in that situation before. And it would be like dumb shit, bro. It would be like you guys don't know this person, but they would be in the chat and they're like, why didn't you highlight my comment? And I'm like, what the fuck? I was like, no one even knows. No one even knows that we're talking. Like, like you want me to highlight your comment? What? Like, what the like? That's a red flag. And I'm just like, why should I highlight your comment? No, like, what would I say that's meaningful? They're like, oh, I just want you to acknowledge me. I'm like, bitch, for what? Like, what's the point of acknowledging you? You're not, you didn't say anything about the stock market. You didn't say a comment that's reasonable enough to acknowledge. That's when I was like, oh, this is an easy red flag. Like, this is like straight up, I'm out. Like, no way. No way. See, another rant. This is the 4th rant. There you go. 4th rant. This is what gets us to 91,000. But it's just like, what? Like, what do you mean you want to be acknowledged? Like, this stream has nothing to do with you. Like, it's just like, so I've been through that. And I'm just like, no, there's no way, dude. If someone wants attention like that, there's only red flags. Because why do you want the attention? There's something selfishly that they are then, either they're super insecure and they need that validation of me, like telling strangers that, hey, I have a girlfriend, which like, why do people need to know? B, why do you need to feel that people knowing validates our relationship? Like there should be more than enough validation in the relationship, not thousands of people knowing for no reason. That's crazy to me. And then number 2, it's like, what are you selfishly trying to gain from people knowing who you are? Yeah, it was the dentist, exactly. It was the dentist. It was like, if you're trying to gain something from this, like, tell me. And like, we'll figure out, are you trying to build a brand? Or are you trying to are you doing something where there's actually some synergy? But if you're trying to just gain momentum off an audience that cares about the stock market, just for the hell of getting some clout, it's no, that's ridiculous. It's not it. So the point is, if I do have a significant other, which I don't know, maybe I do, maybe I don't, I just wouldn't bring them on the stream. And quite frankly, I don't think you want to see them on the you guys care. You guys don't care that much about my private life. You guys put up with me ranting about random things in my private life, like Grey's Anatomy and stuff, but you guys don't care that much about it. You care about the stock market and analyzing the stock market, and that's what you should care about. Why should you care about my private life? I'm not here caring about everyone else's private life. It's not affecting any, but the analysis on the market should be the core contributor to why people care about the content. Steve is the significant other. Dude, I'm getting steaks with Steve tomorrow. Yeah, we're going to a restaurant tomorrow. So I'll try medium rare again. I will try medium rare at a fancy restaurant again. Milkman and Amit are enough. We don't want to see Milkman's wife or Amit's GF. Exactly. I've talked to Steve's wife on the phone. She's hilarious, dude. She's hilarious. She's not Italian, but she has that Italian sense of humor, and it's just hilarious. But Steve would never bring her on the stream because Steve wants to keep that part of his life private. So no wife would allow you to watch Grey's Anatomy. Dude, if she has an issue with Grey's and Dawson's Creek, it's a red flag. She's out. She's completely out. What is an Italian sense of humor? I don't even know, bro. It's just she was talking Steve talks like a mob boss, like a mafia boss. She was talking like a mafia boss, but she was insulting Steve, and it was hilarious the way she was doing it. And it was just I was oh, I get where either Steve gets it from her or she gets it from Steve, but they're so similar, and their humor is, I don't know. It was great. It was just so funny. But she's known about me for a while, and it was cool to talk to her. I think it was 2 weeks ago I talked to her. She loves what Steve is doing. Because Steve genuinely is happy from doing this stuff. But Steve's a nerd for the stock market. He's a junkie. That's why he loves talking about it. But that also means he wouldn't bring his personal life into it because he cares about the stock market, not about his private life. Although Steve does talk more about movies and cinema and culture way more than I do. And you guys love his takes on that shit. Probably because he's actually watched enough stuff to talk about it effectively. I've got my take. You guys don't like my take. I've given you my top 5 movies. You guys disagree with them? That's okay. I'm not out here saying, oh, I don't care about silver. I'm not going to research or study it. No, this is something you guys care about. I care about it. It's part of the market ecosystem. So we had to study, research, put in the time and the effort to effectively communicate about it. But when it comes to movies, it's there's only 5 you need to watch. I don't need to watch 50 other movies. So no, I don't care about all the other movies that you guys care about. There's only 5 that matter. So that's why we haven't talked about the other ones. What is your game plan with Grab? Again, same thing. I'm holding long and strong. I'm not worried at all about the company. Stock price, I've been through stocks where you have to sit through 2 years of nothingness. It is what it is. Didn't think it would happen this year. It ended up happening this year, but that's okay. If anything, it's creating a much stronger base for accumulation. And look, I think if they do acquire GoTo, it's going higher. You're talking about massive regional consolidation in Southeast Asia. So I continue to be pretty bullish on it. Bitcoin still above 90. We're holding it. And that's holding on. Does she own Grab? If no, will you force her to buy? I don't know if my significant other will actually care about the stock market. I mean, I'm going to try to get her to, but if she doesn't, dude. I think it's kind of relaxing to be with someone who doesn't care about the thing you're obsessed with. There's also probably some fun in getting to talk about the markets with your significant other. But there's a lot of you in the chat that probably don't talk to your wife or husband about the stock market, especially not when it's down. Then there's nothing. You don't need to show anything. We need to talk about the port. When it's up, you can give a little bit of a summary of what's happening. But yeah, I don't know. I don't know if they would care. My husband got into the market this month. Well, see, that is also effective. When you talk about it so much, they get people in. When does Figma become a buy? I don't like Figma, dude. I'm waiting for Canva. That's the only IPO that I really care about. Is freaking Canva. Melanie Perkins is a rock star. 240 million users, dude. That's the one I'm waiting for. But Austin, send me your DD if you're getting interested in Figma. If you're seeing something exciting there. Eddie says, Britt and I talk about it daily. Yeah, I mean, look, for the couples that really do care about market movements, I mean, Eddie and Britt, for those that don't know, they came to New York a couple months ago, and I had dinner with them. But they like make a routine out of watching the market open, the market close, and like so they're in it together. And it becomes such a power couple when you both are like aligned on it. It's just that's very rare to have two people that are actively listening to the market open and like actually understanding the lingo of the commentary around bond yields and inflation because they actually care about the markets. Like it's not easy to have someone you love also care that much about it. Cash Mula, thanks for the super chat. Amit, I wish you knew you 3 years ago. What are your thoughts on Path, potential 10-bagger? Path is getting a lot of retail excitement. I have not looked into it yet. I will look into it because too many people are asking me about it. I got to look at it. I really got to look at it. I know they just became profitable. Stock's done well, got into the S&P 400. Do you think it's getting a little bit too much retail excitement? And I don't know if that's worth the hype, but I genuinely don't know enough about it. 30% up for the year. Got to look into it. But I will try to look into it. I do think Zeta's at a better valuation, but Path is also not at a crazy aggressive valuation either. So you're seeing some of these SaaS plays that are relatively cheap compared to Salesforce, Adobe, Oracle. Now, granted, those are way bigger companies, way bigger moats, but still feels like they're cheaper. My husband stresses over a $50 loss. Yeah, see, it's not easy to get people into the markets when they get that stressed out over something little. That happens as well. Thoughts on Zeta and Palantir going into 2026? I think Palantir is going to have to continue growing to keep its multiple, like accelerate growth, and the macro is going to have to be really strong because Palantir just trades at an aggressive multiple. Zeta has no multiple, and I think they should keep beating and raising regardless of what macro condition. Now, if the macro goes bad, Zeta's going to get hit regardless because it's just every stock's going to get hit. But if macro is decent, I think Zeta's a double next year. Now, it's still speculative, so you can't be like, yep, Zeta's my double. Like, you got to really understand the business, really understand all the risks. They have lawsuits, short report, all that stuff. But like fundamentally, just looking at the numbers, and I said it in the deep dive. I'll put the link again here. If you look at the numbers, they should be trading closer to $35, $40. And that gives them a reasonable multiple. Like right now, they're trading at 3 times forward sales. Like what? Like, so I'm asking myself, why is this company trading at such a cheap valuation? There's other things that the narrative is not coinciding with. But it's not the growth, because the growth is incredible. Please, no one mention Bernie again. All right, I think we're done, right? It's freaking 3 hours and 30 minutes. Are we done? I'm sorry for Bitcoin tanking now as I finish my rant. We're already at 89,000. We'll see if this thing can hold up. I'll be ranting in my dreams tonight. I'm trying to keep it up. I think we're done. It's freaking 11:30. Bro, okay, so let's end it on this. What is your New Year's resolution? What is your New Year's resolution? Because mine was to like start sleeping on time, which I'm probably going to fail at today because of Bernie Sanders, quite frankly. But honestly, it's health next year. I really like that. That's like genuinely sleeping on time, eating better, working out. I know it's so basic, but like realistically, I care so much less about my portfolio going into 2026 than I care about my personal life and my health. Resolution, rant more. There's probably be more of those in 2026. But like genuinely, and I was talking about this last week, like the depths of the bear market was when you have to take the most risk. A lot of us took a lot of risk, and now I don't think the goal is to get 80, 90% returns anymore every year. And quite frankly, I don't know if I want to put in the mental effort that's required to get those type of returns, because 2025 has been absolutely exhausting, including 2023 and 2024 and 2022 to the downside. If it trades off with my health, and absolutely over the past 4 years, it's traded off with my health. There's just no if and ors or buts about it. Like it completely traded off with my health. And so next year, that is a priority. And if the portfolio is up 20 or 30%, as long as we're beating the S&P, I'm happy. And if the S&P is going up to 7,700, that's a 10% return. Then if we can do 20%, 30%, I'd be really happy. And I do think, there are certain undervalued gems that should be able to return much better than the S&P, but we got to see next year. But the goal is not to be so hyper focused on making that massive return, because a lot of us have done that over the past 3 years. So now it's about protecting it, making sure it's stable. We're still junkies for the market, so we're going to keep up with it. And if there's obviously a good opportunity that we want to get into, then we're going to analyze it. But I'm not that obsessed with having a massive return next year. I just care a lot more about health. A lot of people are saying health, fasting more. That's a great one. To buy more VG. Cut caffeine. Yes, I want to have I want to stop drinking anything except water, which you guys have been seeing on the stream. I've been doing a decent job at drinking more water, but I don't want to drink anything outside of water. No juice, no soda, nothing. Literally, I want 2026 to be if I'm thirsty, water. That's it. And I need to drink a lot more water because I barely drink during the streams, which I should be a lot more. Stop doing meth. That would be a good idea, unless you're Walter White. DCA and keep adding even though it's tanking. Yep, I think that's going to be a resolution for all of us. If you're interested in Amazon, then you can't be upset if Amazon goes back below 200. You have to buy that dip if you think there's a real fundamental thesis on Amazon, which I think Amazon should be a massive outperformer next year. So if they give it to us below 200, all right, it'll be time to buy. Becoming a profitable options and day trader. So I love that. Day trading is something I'm very interested in. The problem is I cannot day trade if I do my show, because the majority of the volume you really need to day trade happens during the morning, within the first 30 minutes. It is still possible without doing it in the morning. It's just you're taking on a lot more stress because you need volume you need a counterparty to really engage in the trade. But options, I think, is very reasonable. I'm selling options. I mean, look, selling options changed my life a couple years ago when I learned about it. We did that Options 101 series, if anyone hasn't seen it. But I think next year I'm going to be selling a lot more options as well. Because for me, selling options is really simple. At the end of the day, if I'm ready to buy the stock at a certain price, I'll be okay buying it. If I'm ready to sell at a certain price, on a covered call, I'm okay with that as well. So the thing about selling options is when the portfolio does grow to a certain amount, selling options really becomes an effective form of cash flow. It just does. If you have a certain chunk of cash, you can really use it to yield 2-3% a month. And it's not easy to get that. But then again, if it's in the stocks you already love, stocks you already own, stocks you're willing to sell a certain portion of, stocks you're willing to buy a certain portion of, stocks that you're familiar with the price movement because you've just been studying those stocks for years, it's not that crazy. So if you can get an extra 1.5 to 2% a month on a decent chunk of capital, and that is the basis for a lot of your year-to-date returns, I don't think that's a crazy idea. This year, I didn't really sell that many options, to be honest. This year, a lot of it was Palantir, Nvidia, and Hood going up. That's what helped the portfolio. Realistically. But next year, if things are a little bit more sideways, then selling options is not horrible. You will have to deal with the short-term tax on that. That is definitely something you have to deal with. Taxes are taxes. You got to pay your taxes. I'm happy to pay my taxes after I realize the gain, not have the option in purgatory and the government says, hey, you have to pay the gains on this option that might go against you. It's let it resolve first, and then we'll pay the taxes. It changed my life as well. Yeah. Shout out to TJ, dude. TJ really inspired a lot of us to learn that stuff. And now he's become really, really sophisticated at it as well. Stream you day trading so we can get a good laugh, dude. I'd lose so much money. The problem with day trading as well is like, you got to do it with a little bit amount of money because you're going to lose so much of it. Because a trade will go against you. Like, it's inevitable. It's going to go against you. And you have people that start day trading with 6 figures, and it's like they get a $20,000 day to the downside. It's like, boom, your 100 grand just became 80 grand. And now you feel like you got to gamble to get the 20,000 back, and you get into a stupid trade. And it's like, the day traders that I know that have real systems that are successful, like really successful, they've spent a lot of time building out their models and their ecosystem to effectively find stocks that they can scalp. They have a lot of money, so they don't need to be worried about a 5% move. They can take a 5-cent move and still make a ton of money. And that's like real effective day trading. But doing day trading with 20, 30 grand, it's like, and then taking massive amounts of risks, like that's just not, I don't think it's worth it. Especially if you don't know how to day trade. Like, day trading takes a lot of technical analysis, which is not easy. TJ said his New Year resolution is not to respond to trolls. I don't think I've ever really responded to trolls. TJ is a bit more passionate than me on X, which is why I know TJ. He's like, if someone talks shit, he's ready to talk shit, man. That's just who he is. That's how for me, I'm more so just like, okay, whatever. That person is talking shit. They can talk their shit. I'll make a mental note of it. And I might go on a rant about that person. But I'm not going to give them the satisfaction of responding to it. Wow, Bitcoin did hit 90.1. I'm not even ranting anymore. It's just like the stream. Maybe the stream's just keeping it alive. Yeah, there's TJ's channel right there. But the point is, like, I do think that not letting really stupid comments get to you is important as a content creator. You can't get rage baited. Like, Bernie can rage bait me, but I think that leads to a meaningful conversation around tax policy and hypocrisy and capitalism. But if someone in the chat says something stupid, like genuinely something to piss you off, it's like you can't take that seriously. Because then you're going to be ranting to one person in front of other people that don't even care about that person's comment. I made that mistake in 2022. I remember one day in particular, someone said something that pissed me off so much, and I responded to it. And I felt so bad after responding to it that I messaged that person on X. I was like, dude, I'm sorry. That was pretty stupid. That was like, I shouldn't have said that. And he's like, no, man, I shouldn't have made the comment. It's like classic thing of like the person who made the comment realizes it was a stupid comment. And then me responding to it realizes it was over the top in responding to it. And from that day on, I tried to not like take comments that try to rage bait you super seriously. Because there's no point. Your chat is pretty chill too. It helps them. Yes, that is also true. That is also true. You guys are super chill. Now, you guys have your raunchy side, which we bring a guest onto the show. Oh, is this guy Tucker Carlson inside of a bathroom right now? I can't believe you guys said that about Devin Ryan. I was trying my hardest to not freaking laugh during that time. It's like they just called one of the best analysts on Robinhood, Tucker freaking Carlson. I'm just like trying to not look at the chat. So you guys have those moments. But for the most part, I think we're pretty chill. Like this whole time, I'm over here trying to avoid the chat as you guys are saying he's freaking Tucker Carlson in the bathroom. Like, I'm trying so hard. I'm nodding my head. I'm like, yep, that makes sense. Tucker Carlson? Admit, why do you have Tucker Carlson on the show? I'm like, dude, it's not Tucker Carlson. He called Robinhood at $8 on the street. That's who he is. Look at me. Look at my hand movements. I'm like, yep, that's true. And at the same time, I'm worried one day that I'm going to be watching the chat and I'm going to say something in the chat that I don't mean to say. Like every time I pull up a Lutnick click, every time I'm almost saying Nutlick. Like, it's the N is on my tongue to say Nutlick because I've seen it so many times in the chat. But I'm not trying to say Nutlick in front of thousands of people because, like, first of all, it's Nutlick. Like, no, like you're not just like Second of all, everyone's like, oh, you're biased. You hate the administration. You're calling him not like I'm not even trying to introduce that into the conversation. But then you guys spam it, and I'm like, well, all right, Howard Lutnick, he's on, and then it turns into a thing. So for the most part, the chat is chill. Damn, Bitcoin just lost 90, bro. This thing, back and forth on Bitcoin. All right, I think I'm actually done now. 3 hours and 40 minutes. I think it's the longest Sunday stream. You miss one day, and I just all that energy comes out in the day after for the stream. Big wall at 90K. Well, it did break through a little bit at 90, but there probably is a pretty big wall there. All right, so we'll be back tomorrow on the market open. What else is tomorrow? Yeah, it's like I had a Red Bull. Dude, that's the other thing. I don't want to have any energy drinks next year. Energy drinks are so bad for you. And I've probably had more than I should in 2025. But it sometimes they really do give you energy throughout the day. It's a form of coffee. But it's not good for you. And neither is coffee. Coffee's not that good for you either. Well, no, coffee's better for you than freaking Red Bull. But the jolt of energy you get from Red Bull is similar to coffee. Don't skip the show again. That's the other thing, dude. This is one of those, and I'm super grateful for it, but you cannot skip a day. This is one of those things where it's like, honestly, I am more afraid of missing a day. If I was super tired in the morning, which look, on Friday, there's just no way I could do it. But if I'm super tired and it's one of those groggy days where you can call into work, you have some sick days, you're like, I'm just not coming in today. It's not. I am so afraid now of doing that. I've genuinely got to be sick. 2 weeks ago, I think it was early December when I actually got sick. I called it off. I was like, I just can't do the show today. There's just no way. But if I'm feeling a little and I take a day off, the amount of shit that I have to get ready to deal with, genuinely, you guys have done a good job of making me feel so bad about it. You work for yourself, you can skip when you want. Yeah, but that's it. It's actually the opposite. Theoretically, you can skip when you want. There's no boss that's going to stop you from taking a day. But there's a lot of people that are going to flood your messages and inboxing. Are you alive? Are you okay? Is everything the amount of messages? I'm super grateful for it. But it also tells me you cannot take a day off. Monday through Friday, you've got to be here. And if you do, it better be for a hell of a reason. A reason that's super obvious. Oh, you have this big interview, or you're actually 103-degree fevers, and something where no one can deny it. Otherwise, everyone's just going to call you a lazy piece of shit and be like, dude, get to work. And you're right. Technically, you're right. You are right. Mike says I literally get annoyed. Yeah, dude, a lot of people I was refreshing. I couldn't find you. I didn't have any update. Meanwhile, I'm freaking knocked out. And I feel so bad about it too. But I should have just said I'm not streaming on the 26th. I should have just made it obvious. There's no way it's going to happen. But I was like, no, I can stream after Christmas. What's the big deal? And then I stay up till 5 a.m. on Christmas. There's no way I'm going to be able to stream. Your hour professional yapper, yeah. Dude, I should make that my LinkedIn. That's another resolution for 2020. I need to post more on LinkedIn. I need to post to the business community on LinkedIn more. Maybe professional yapper should be my headline on LinkedIn. I'm actually surprised when I don't see it live in the morning. I think throughout the day, though, throughout the year, we've missed maybe 10 shows. And a lot of that was for traveling. I think we've done 200. The market's open, 240 days? I think we've done 220 shows. No, multiply that by 2 because close. But we've done 400 shows this year. So I think we still did a decent amount. Posting on LinkedIn is such a chore. I agree. It's so annoying, dude. Jose says, when you work for yourself, the hustle never stops. I will be seeing Jose in Vegas. Me and Jose will be in Vegas, and we'll be at the Nvidia event. It'll be super fun. So, dude, I'll be in Vegas for freaking a week. I'll be there from the 4th to the 10th. So I'm going to be there. So I'll have a hotel. So I'll be able to do the close. I'll have to wake up at 5:45. I'll have to be ready at 5:45. The cool thing about going on the West Coast, though, is the show's done by 8 o'clock, and it's like you have the rest of the day, which is crazy. Because like the day is just starting, but you're done with the show. So I think there's only going to be a couple days where we're in the Nvidia booth where we can't do the market close, but that week the show should still happen in Vegas every single day. Maybe Jose makes an appearance on the show in person. That'll be fun as well. Hotel neighbor is going to hate the bell. No, I got to get the small bell, the tiny bell. I just ordered a bunch of the tiny bells for the New York meetup from Amazon. I feel like I should have some in my office, but I don't see any. But oh, let me show you guys this. I never showed you guys this. Let me get this. This is actually really cool. This is from Palantir. Gave me this in freaking in the AIPCon 7. It was in my room, so I just brought it to my office. It's a literal Palantir. That's crazy, bro. It's an actual Palantir, which is like the seeing stone. So it's so cool. So we will make sure we have the bells at the meetup for everyone to take home. And yeah, everyone who's at the meetup will make sure to get a little bell. I think in Miami, we had the one I forgot them in was Boston, dude. I had them in my book bag. But this goes back to organization. Like, how do I go all the way to Boston, have the bells in my book bag, and then during the meetup, I forget to take them out of my bag to give to everybody? Like, I felt so bad. But this goes back to like when you're doing everything by yourself, you're gonna make some mistakes. And cool thing about Jess is like, dude, it's just like, dude, she's handling so much shit. Like so much shit I don't have to worry about now. Like she's just like taking care of it. And she sends me an update every day. And I'm like, all right, this is getting done. That's getting done. That's getting done. She's already looking for LA locations. Like I don't have to research that shit. Like, so I really do think paying for help sometimes it is seriously worth it. Cali meetup likely end of March, most likely. Most likely end of March. Yeah, Marie had her bell in Miami, so she had it. Marie was there. Dude, it's so awesome to see people in the meetup who are actually at the in the chat every day because I got to see you in person. I don't know if I have a picture with you, Marie. I think I do. You definitely have one. But it was just so nice to meet so many people that are in the chat. And like the meetups really are fun, dude. They're really, because like you're just seeing, like, because again, when you see real people, like these are real human beings, because all I see are numbers and like usernames. You guys get to see a human, but all I'm seeing is so like actually seeing like real people and the interactions over the things that we care about. Like it's so freaking cool. There's Michelle and Ray in the back. There's Tess with her drink, of course. There's Austin right there. And look at this, bro, from every walk of life. From every walk of life, every age. It's like these things are crazy, bro. There's Marie right there in the back. So many people from different walks of life, different locations, different countries. It's just so rewarding and fulfilling to have that sense of community with everybody. Yeah, in 2026, we just want to take it to the next level. Let's see what we can do with this. The great one says, I was at the first meetup. Dude, it's cool coming here, like making this full circle and doing New York again. Because the first New York meetup had freaking like, I think 40 people. And we got lucky finding Pub Key, which was a bar in New York. And they happened to have the back open. And I think there was a party that was happening. They didn't book the location, but they were kind of pissed off because we were taking up most of the spots. So they kind of had to go to the other part of the lake. So like we just got lucky coming there early. But yeah, the New York meetup was awesome as well. And this is the picture from the New York meetup. Our boy Adam was at the first one. he'll be at this one again. This was not with everybody, but this was pretty cool doing it the first time. It was an amazing meetup. I learned so much from that. People that made me money. It's definitely worth going. Yeah, it was fun, dude. You just meet a lot of different people. I think also, you know, like, I think there's a world this year where the meetups will have some very special guests that hopefully have built up enough goodwill with them that they'll come through for 20, 30 minutes and just talk to people. And so maybe at the New York meetup, we'll have some of those people. I don't know. Can't guarantee anything. But the fun thing is, like, you know, as you've built up a little bit more of a reputation, you can potentially have some people come to these events that a lot of you guys would care about. And so that would be fun as well. And you get Elon there. Dude, Elon and me are not cool yet. He's liked so much of my shit, retweeted my shit. He hasn't followed me yet. I know he's seen my shit, but we're not cool yet. I don't know what I need to do to get his attention. I don't know. Maybe I'm not the most bullish on Tesla. Like, overtly bullish on Tesla. We got to see. Maybe we'll get Elon next year. Invite Jay Kush. Oh, we got it crazy. We get Kush there. Siege, thanks for the $20 super chat. I hope you are staying at the Palazzo in Vegas with the Sands chip. So I still have your chip, Siege. It's in my book bag every time it's actually in my book bag every time I travel. It's in this like little compartment in my book bag. I'm not staying there. I'm staying at a different hotel. I forgot the name of the hotel I'm staying at. It's like a good hotel though. It's like a decent, like, it's not one of those crappy Vegas hotels. It's not the Aria. It's not the freaking the Caesar. Caesar's not that great though. Aria's nice, but it's not there. I forgot the name, but it's a decent hotel. So I'll probably see. But CES is spread across like 12 different hotels. And CES is a massive. I didn't know CES was that big of a conference. But it is. So there's going to be a lot of hotels. It's not the Win. Not the Win. What? What did I say wrong? It's the Palazzo. How do you freaking say this shit? The Palazzo at the Venetian Resort. How am I saying that wrong? How to say Palazzo? There's no way I'm saying it wrong. It's the Palazzo. Hold on. Let's see. Let's see.
This of course comes from Italian, but it's also used in English, meaning palace. So let's break down the different pronunciations. Italian first, so you know the reference. Palazzo. Yes. Stress on the middle syllable here, and the double Z is pronounced more like TS, just like pizza.
Okay, so it's basically Palazzo. You have to make your right hand do the Italian thing. Palazzo. Yo, Arnie. I miss Arnie, but Arnie has done, I said it differently at first. Okay, I probably did. I probably said it in a much butchered way. Arnie has literally, wow, Bitcoin actually maybe getting ready to rip our hearts out again, but 90.3. Arnie got rich and just decided to travel the world. He literally did what everyone dreams of. Get rich and travel the world. And he did it. He bought Hood at 6. Or sorry, he bought Palantir at 6 and he bought Hood at 20. He got rich and he's traveling the world. And he's just enjoying his life traveling the world. So I do miss Arnie, but I can't even blame him for not being on social media. He just doesn't care that much anymore. He did what he had to do, and now he just has fun. But hopefully we can meet up with him in Italia next year. And that would be fun. No sleep for a bit tonight. You need to keep pumping Bitcoin. Dude, you might as well stay 7 minutes and finish 4 hours. You might as well just finish the 4 hours and get the job done. I did not get my Hood gift, bro. I think I'm getting the Apple Watch. Why are they taking so long to give me my gift? No, I still didn't get it yet. Maybe I'm getting the gift. You can only leave if you promise it will go up. See, if I make that promise and I'm wrong, then I look bad. But I hope it goes up. Does Jess watch all the streams? She watches some of them. I mean, like on the morning open, she started watching more of them, but she doesn't really care that much about the stock market. She's watching it more to understand like the dynamics of the community, so she can get a better sense of like how to keep leveling up. I don't know. But her uncle, which is the person who introduced me to her, he loves the market. So in our meetings, me and him are talking stocks, and she's just sitting there like, okay, anyway, back to the meetup. And we're just like, bro, Frankie, you saw PayPal the other day? Not PayPal, that's a bad example. Although he did make some money on PayPal, then he got burned on PayPal, so PayPal tends to come up often. But yeah, she's not that into stocks yet. I think eventually she'll get into it, but she watches to get a bigger feel of like what this community really means. She's been doing a good job. She's been getting a really good feel for everything. She just made a media kit for me the other day. So we have like, we're going to do a lot of outreach next year to try to get those big people that we want onto the show. And when you reach out to these people, you got to be professional. Like when you reach out to Coinbase to get Brian Armstrong, like you got to like come in with some fire, you know, to really like get them to take you seriously. And a lot of that stuff takes a lot of work and preparation and shit to give them a reason. Now, again, I don't think it's the hardest pitch. I'm like, dude, we have a pretty poppin' community, market open, market closed. There's a lot of people that would love to hear from Brian Armstrong. This is a retail investor base. Like the pitch should be relatively simple, but there's so much bureaucracy in corporate to actually get these guys to say yes, which is why I give so much credit to Vlad. Remember the story, I told the story about Vlad, our first podcast, before we did it in New York, and before while we're setting up all the cameras and shit, he said, you know, my board didn't want me to do this podcast. And I was like, really? He was like, yeah. And I told him to F off, basically. I was like, that's crazy, bro. That's when I knew the podcast was going to be a banger. He's like, yeah, my board didn't want me to do this. And I told them to F off. We're doing this. He's like, if we can talk to JP Morgan, we can talk to Amit. And I was like, this podcast is about to hit, bro. This is going to hit. But you need people that like are willing to just do it. Even though it's so obvious, right? Like they're probably gonna get more distribution than going on Bloomberg. But there's a lot of corporate shit to fight through. So that's gonna be a big idea next year as well. Where's Bitcoin? 90.2. Vlad will deliver your gift in person. Oh my gosh. Noto goes on random crypto pods, but not finance YouTube. Okay, so now I have like a legit SoFi position, so no one can say I just hate SoFi. I have a good chunk of change in SoFi. I want this thing to go up, and I think it's gonna have a good next year. But we really got to get Noto to talk to people like Tanner. I don't know why he's not doing it. I really don't. But hopefully next year, maybe there's a chance it happens. See if Noto will come to your show. Dude, if he's not doing Tanner, he's not going to do my show. I would give him a good interview, though. I wouldn't be like overly aggressive or harsh or anything. I would give him a good interview. I would ask the same questions I would ask him if I was a super SoFi bull. So would Tanner, too. That's the funny thing. Tanner's going to give him some layups, bro. Tanner's going to be like, hey, here's the alley, and all you have to do is oop it. Like, the Tanner will be like, here's another alley. All you have to do is oop it. Which is why it's so obvious to do it. But I don't know. They just don't want to do it. Give us 90.5, then we sleep, then we wake up to 75,000. Dude, if we wake up to like some massive 10, 15,000 down candle on Bitcoin, I wonder what would be the catalyst for that. Like, I wonder if gold and silver are going to react in the same. I wonder if that's another glitch or something. And here's the other thing about this whole glitch thesis. When Bitcoin fell as bad as it fell on October 10th, the equity markets fell too. It's not like you could hide out in the S&P. So that's another reason I'm not that bearish on crypto next year, because if crypto falls, well, everything falls. Now, maybe gold and silver are your hedges, but you think Nvidia is going to be okay if Bitcoin falls? I don't know. If Bitcoin gets to 50, 60, I don't think the NASDAQ holds up. And if it does, then crypto is just completely falling apart. If it really ends up being that ugly of a reversal in one asset class. But Bitcoin tends to track with the NASDAQ. I know this year has been the opposite, even though it was pretty well until October 10th. So I don't know. I think both should be fine next year or both should be bad next year. But it should be the same. Still waiting for a gift too. Not going to lie, will suck waiting this long for ETH. Yeah, that's the one thing I think Robin had messed up on this giveaway. Like, they should do it immediately. Like I don't know why it has to go back into their backend system for them to figure this. Like, this should be so simple. Now, maybe they're saying, no, like, dude, it should be from 8:30 to 8:31. Who's ever sitting on the app gets entered into a queue, and then they randomize the queue, and 50 people win the TV, 50 people win the watches, everyone else gets a little bit of ETH, and then within like 2 minutes, within max 10 minutes, it should be distributed to everybody. So I don't know why it's taking so long. And it definitely is, I don't know, it's not as exciting given you have to wait for it. Yeah, what was the point of the timer? That's the other thing. I was like, what's the point of the fucking timer? Like, it's just weird. But again, at the same time, they're the only company doing this shit. No one else is doing this stuff. Like, SoFi's not giving away $7 million. SoFi doesn't have the operating margins to afford to give away $7 million. They need to work for every freaking penny of EPS. But I still think they're going to have a good year. Hood's up a little bit after hours. It's just Hood likes to take more risks and chances with doing this stuff. Did we really spend 4 hours talking about something? I don't even know how we spent. Oh, wow, we hit 4 hours. Okay, we're done. That's my shift. I can clock out. Remind me never to miss a day again, dude. Dude, I did 4 hours the day I left, too. I did 4.5 hours. I stayed the whole day. I thought I would leave at 11. I'd be like, all right, guys, happy holidays. And everyone's like, no, you got to stay till 1 when the market closes. And I stayed. We yapped about a bunch of other things that day outside of the market as well. You know what's better than 4, though? I mean, just saying. 5 hours would be pretty epic, right? No one's going to watch the future stream if we do 5 hours, though. Because, like, there's no way people are going to watch 5 hours of this. By the time they finish watching, it'll be the time for the market open. Bro needs a nap. I do need to go to sleep, dude. So my goal in 2026, my morning routine goal is I want to wake up at 5. And then, and a lot of you are thinking, okay, he wants to wake up at 5 and then go to the gym. That's the conventional thing I think people are thinking, and that's the most basic New Year's Eve resolution. I'm going to wake up early and then go work out. I want to wake up at 5, and from 5 to 7:30, I want to write on my Substack. I want to force myself to make an article every single day, not a deep dive every day, an article every single day. I want my Substack to become a habit for your newsletter to show up every single day. Deep dives will still do 2 a month. But I want to write. There's plenty of things to write about. There's plenty, like silver. I could definitely write about silver. Now, I'm not an expert on silver, but I can definitely spend the time researching and put together a decent article on like what's happening with silver and my perspectives on silver, just like I talked about it for 30 minutes today. And I think there's something nice about waking up in the morning and then just getting on your computer and putting out your thoughts and really like, I don't know, because I've been doing it recently, and I'm just like, okay, I wake up and I don't have the motivation to work out when I wake up. Like, I just don't have it. I don't eat breakfast. I'm not really a coffee guy. So if I can wake up and immediately just get into the groove of producing content and not be like groggy or anything like that, and then from 7:30 to 8:45, then I'm going to prep for the show. And realistically, I'll be prepping for the show while I'm writing as well, because I'll be consuming a ton of information. But from 7:30 to 8:45, I'll prep for the show. Then I'll start the show at 8:47, because that's what happens. And then I'll do the show until 11:30. And then at 11:30, I want to go work out. Is groggy? Did I say groggy? That's what happens after 4 hours of yapping, dude. I meant to say groggy. Then 11:30, I'm going to work out. And then after I work out, I come back probably 2:30-ish, shower, And then by then, I'll have 45 minutes to get ready for the market close. And then we'll do the market close. And so that is my goal for next year. I want to wake up early. I know I'm not going to work out early. As much as I tell myself you can work out early, get it over with, like I'm just not going to do it. I just know I'm not going to. But after the market close or market open, like I'm already energized because I just spent hours talking. And it'd be easier then to work out. So that's my idea. And hopefully that's how it plays out. Why is everyone saying go to bed? Like do we not want to freaking go for 5 hours? Everyone's like ready to go to sleep. What happened to hard work? What happened to dedication? What happened to persistence? Everyone's ready to just go to sleep, dude. No, I'm ready. Stay awake. Dude, we were supposed to do the 24-hour stream. I said when I moved into the new apartment, we would do a 24-hour stream. And we haven't done it. So we're going to have to do it next year. Siege, thank you again for the $20. You do not have to send $20, Siege. You can send like $1 if you really want to send something. So, but I thank you for the super chat. You do not have to send it. While you're in Vegas, bring that Sands ship to the Pawn Stars pawn shop and see what it's worth. It's a vintage piece of Las Vegas history. Forget about your health. Focus on the important stuff like gambling and drinking. Dude, isn't that show on the History Channel? Like, isn't that in Vegas? Pawn Stars? Was that the name of it? That was a show, right? Yeah, Pawn Stars. That's in Vegas. Yeah, it's in Vegas. I have plenty of time. I have a week in Vegas. I've always wanted to go there. I'm going to bring your chip and I'm going to see what it's worth. I'm legit going to bring your chip and see what it's worth. I wonder if the same guys are still there. I used to watch that, dude. Like back in 2009, I used to legit watch. It was so, like, just seeing the act of the negotiating was so entertaining. So yes, I will definitely go there and see it. It's 5:50 a.m. already. Hold on. Let's ask Gemini. Where in the world right now is it 5:50 a.m.? It's probably in like Germany, right? Or something. Currently, it's 5:50 a.m. in Russia, China, India. Oh, hold on. What time is it in Germany? What time is it in Germany? North Korea? No, it's 5:50 in... Is Gemini being racist against the Germans? Why didn't Gemini mention Germany there? That's a little weird. Mentioning Kazakhstan, not Germany. But in Germany, it's 5:50 a.m. So there you go. It's 11 a.m. in India, not 5:50 a.m. Okay. That makes sense. 10:20 in India. Oh, we got some Indians in the chat. Dude, I want to go back to India. I miss India. I miss it. Last time I was there, October 2024. I miss India. But I can only go when the entire family is going, so it's hard to just like randomly go by myself. But I miss it, dude. I don't know if I can live in India. I feel like I'm too American for that. But I do love visiting India. New subject, just go to sleep. No, Melody, now I'm going to keep streaming. Now it's like, now I'm becoming a rebel. Now, Melanie, I'm becoming like one of your kids in school. I'm becoming a rebellious teenager. Now I got to keep streaming if you're saying go to sleep. Where are you from in India? My parents are from New Delhi. But I guess that's where I'm from as well, technically. I started watching a stream right before the India trip last year. Yeah, dude, we kept up the stream during that trip. I mean, we missed like 5 or 6 days. I could have said 6 or 7 days, but I stopped myself. We missed like 5 or 6 days, but we kept it up for the most part. Your GIF must be in. Nope. Dude, now I want to stay up to see if I actually get the watch. It's literally been 3 hours. Has anyone still not gotten their gift? I feel like I have to get something better than ETH now. Like there's no way it's just randomly ETH. It would be nice to get more than that. Bitcoin at 90, HUD's up a little bit. BMNR's down 1. Yeah, we're not seeing a lot of movement, guys, outside of Bitcoin and Ethereum. Gold and silver. Silver's still up 5%. Gold is flat. No, silver's now up 3.6. But Bitcoin still at 90K. Maybe close the app and fully. Okay, let me see. Someone said I got a watch. Okay, cool. So we got some people in the chat getting a watch. I just reloaded the app. Dude, you guys messed up my Grey's Anatomy schedule. How am I going to freaking watch it? If I watch it, I'm going to sleep at 1 a.m. Like, I really gave up Grey's Anatomy to stay 4 hours here. I don't hate it. I don't hate that I did that because I love doing this, but it's Grey's Anatomy, dude. It's Grey's freaking Anatomy. Siege, I still have not watched this movie, dude. Like, it's so bad. Siege just sent like $300 of super chats saying to watch this freaking movie. And I have not watched this stupid movie. Dude, I watched Grey's Anatomy this whole weekend. I didn't even think of Elysium. I was watching Grey's. You know, that's the thing about me. When I find a show I like, I'm all in. Like, my attention span is so bad that if you don't get me in the first couple minutes, I'm out. And I'm probably never coming back. Like Power, first 5 minutes sucked. I'm sorry, probably never coming back. But Grey's got me hooked, and now I'm in. Now I have my show. And it's so nice to have it. It's so nice. It's like support. It's like, you know, if everything is ruined, this one thing has 20 seasons before it leaves you. Even if only the first 10 seasons are good, which we'll see. We got a long way to go. It really is nice to have a show. The hardest part of your 24-hour stream will be 12 a.m. to 8:45 a.m. Yeah, that's what I want to do when we have guests come over. Like, because then we could do a bunch of different things, but it would take a lot of planning to make that a thing. I did not watch One Tree Hill. My mom did, though. She loved it when she was... my mom was how old? My mom was like in her late 30s when she started watching One Tree Hill, All My Kids, all those soap operas on ABC they used to play when we didn't have cable. We just had like ABC and I think a couple other channels when we lived in apartments back in it's like 2003, 2004. Yeah, those were like the main shows that she kept up with as well. My mom watched Grey's Anatomy while I grew up. It's a no for me. I like it. There's something about it that I like. Okay, I still don't have this HUD gift. I just reopened the app and restarted. So I'm hoping it's more than ETH, but maybe it'll take more hours to see what I get. All right, I think we're actually done. I think we'll end it out. We might as well go 3 more minutes and end it at 12 a.m. I'm just saying, we might as well end it at 12. It's too, like, we might as well, like, do it at 12 a.m. We're already, it doesn't make sense to end it at 11:58. It doesn't make sense. We got 2 more minutes. We'll end it out. Love everybody. Thank you all for being here. We'll be back tomorrow morning. Who got you into investing? Honestly, I would say, dude, when I was in college, I just like, I don't know, I got interested in it. My uncle helped, but I met him in 2019 in India and I was already kind of interested. So we started talking more about it, but I would say YouTube, dude, just like looking up videos and stuff, that got me excited about investing. And then I don't know, then I found Palantir and I wasn't a stock market guy. I was just a Palantir guy at that time. And Palantir really got me interested into the concept of what it means to be an investor. And so I would say it realistically just happened from genuine curiosity. And then there's always, I think, a company that gets you excited. Like so many people have Apple as their like gateway story to becoming an investor. Palantir was that story for me. And so that got me into it. Bitcoin right there at 90.9. Again, we'll be back tomorrow. Market open and close. I don't think there's anything crazy happening tomorrow. Do we have any earnings? We don't have any. We're not doing word of the day. Because if we do word of the day, we're going to be here for another 20 minutes. because we're gonna have some stupid word of the day. I'm gonna see how to pronounce it. I'm gonna use it in a sentence. Like if we do word of the day, we're never leaving. So we'll do word of the day tomorrow, even though we missed it on Friday. And yeah, I think that should be pretty much it. Nate said he's starting a YouTube channel. I was talking with Nate over the weekend. He is starting a YouTube channel, and I'm excited. He'll be on the show once he launches his channel, and I'm excited for him. And yeah, he's going to be getting into creating content as well. He was not the content creator I went on a rant down, by the way. Nate has a job. Nate is very happy with his job. Nate just got a promotion at his job, and so he is very happy getting money from his job because he can take that money and put it into the stock market, and he doesn't have the pressure to beg people to subscribe to his Patreon when he hasn't really proven anything yet to get their subscriptions. So he's doing it the right way. But there are other people that have completely got it flipped upside down. All right, cool. That's it. We are done. Thank you, everybody, for being here. What was I going to say? We'll be back tomorrow. We're doing the giveaway on Tuesday. We're not doing Technical Tuesday. We did Technical Tuesday last week. It also really doesn't make sense to do technicals on Tuesday when we've got like the market closing for New Year's and then we start 2026. So we did all the end of year chart analysis last Tuesday, went through all that stuff. So we'll do the giveaway on Tuesday. I will set up Kahoot and make it a lot easier for us to do so we don't have to use the YouTube chat. And that's it. And we'll keep going from there. Bitcoin just went red as we're getting ready. 90.3 to 90 points. I hope Bitcoin can survive the night. We don't wake up with this thing back to 87. But at least we're at 90. So, oh, wow, it's 12:01. I mean, we missed the 12 a.m. shutdown. It doesn't make sense to end at 12:01. We might as well go to 12:10. I mean, like, realistically, guys, it doesn't make sense to actually, like, who ends at 12:01? What type of loser ends their stream at 12:01? Like, realistic, we need to, like, you know, might as well continue another 9 minutes. Make it a round number at 12:10. You know? I think that's what... Okay, no, I'm just kidding. We got to be out of here. All right, that's it. Love you guys. Thanks so much. I'm going to go to bed. I might end up turning on Grey's Anatomy maybe before I go to bed. So if I wake up late tomorrow and I start the stream late because I had to get my Grey's in before I go to bed, it is what it is. But I would suggest everyone take a chance on Grey's Anatomy. I think it's a good show. I think it's a good show. Let me see. Let me see before I leave if I get the gift. Oh, did I get it? Hold on. Did I get it? No, I didn't get it. Okay. I'll let you guys know tomorrow. All right. Thank you, everybody. Love you all. I'll see you guys tomorrow on the Market Open. Bye, everybody. Have a good one.